Kjære alle sammen, velkommen til Falstad-senteret. I have to start to ask, are there any English speaking in the audience? Alle norsktalende. Da skifter vi velkomsttale fra engelsk til norsk. Navnet mitt Øyvind Skogvold, direktør på Falstad-senteret, og det en stor glede å få lov til å ønske velkommen til seminaret. Vi medlem av Trøndelags Europakontor, så vi setter stor pris på å få lov til å være vertskap for seminaret. Vi jo et minnested og et museum i det som bygger på det og historien om det bygget her. Det bygget her som altså var hovedbygningen for SS sin fangeleir under andre verdenskrig. Bygget har jo, som mange av dere vet, også en mangslungen historie. Det var da bordet ble snudd etter krigen. Da ble det en landssvikeleir. Og så har vi også en ganske lang skolehjemshistorie, både før og etter krigen. Som et minnested, basert på historien fra andre verdenskrig, så vi en del av et europeisk nettverk, med lignende minnesteder og museer. Men vi også et nasjonalt senter for utdanning og formidling om fangehistorie fra andre verdenskrig. Også det som betraktes som kjernen, undervisning av og til skoleelever, både i Trøndelag, men også resten av landet. Vi hadde i fjor vi hadde en all-time high besøk i fjor. Vi nærmer oss 25 000 besøkende årlig. Mellom 8 og 9 000 av dem skoleelever, og mange av dem fra Trøndelag. Vi når i Trøndelag 3 av 4 grovt regnet skoleelever. Vi har som mål, sammen med alle freds- og menneskerettighetssentrene i Norge, at vi skal nå alle. Vi synes at det et veldig viktig mål. I Trøndelag når vi 3 av 4, og må benytte anledningen til å si at vi ser en veldig systematisk skjevhet i hvem vi når. Vi når dessverre bare dem som nærmest oss. Så Namdalen, kysten, Hitra, Frøya, fjellregionen i sør, der det mindre besøk, og det håper jeg at vi skal få lov til å jobbe litt, og gjerne med dere av forsamlingen som politikere, jobbe med det, sånn at vi faktisk kan rette opp det som ser ut som en litt systematisk skjevhet. Ok, i dag skal vi ha et åpent museum for dere, etter at programmet ferdig, og før middagen klokka 6. Det skal vi komme tilbake til, men det vil være åpent overalt, og vi vil stille med guider for dem som ønsker å bli kjent med både hovedbygget, kommandantboligen, oppe i skogen og så videre. Kommer tilbake til det. Så en liten advarsel. Og det gjelder dem av dere som har tenkt å reise hjem før konserten i kveld. Og advarselen går ut på at dere kommer til å angre dere i morgen. For det kommer til å bli helt fantastisk. Maria Mortensson, Daniel Herskedal, Frode Fjellheim. Rådet mitt til dere, det å ombestemme dere og bli. Det lar seg gjøre. Ok, administrativt. Toaletter har dere funnet opp trappa og til venstre. Nødutganger, samme vei, men rett fram, eller bak her. Jeg ønsker dere en riktig god konferanse hos oss på Falstad-senteret.
Kjære alle sammen, velkommen hit, og takk for at dere her. Jeg må bare si at jeg støtter Øyvind i sine ord om at det en viss fare for at man kommer til å angre seg hvis man ikke med på konserten. Så for dem som fortsatt har lyst til å endre sitt valg der, så anbefales det på det sterkeste. Kjære alle sammen, det en glede å ønske dere velkommen til årets Europadager her på Falstad-senteret på Ekne. Trøndelags Europakontor, sammen med våre medlemmer og samarbeidspartnere, har de siste årene arrangert Europadagen med ulikt tematisk fokus. Årets tema Europa i endring, europeisk demokrati og verdier under press. Det moderne Europa hjemlet på en rekke liberale verdier og grunnleggende rettigheter. Disse verdiene, som inkluderer demokratisk styring, menneskerettigheter og rettsstat, verdier Norge og EU deler og setter aktivt fokus på. Flere av disse verdiene har imidlertid blitt satt under press de siste årene. Vi ser utfordringer i land som Polen og Ungarn, hvor demokratiet har blitt svekket gjennom domstolens reduserte uavhengighet, begrenset pressefrihet og manglende beskyttelse av sårbare samfunnsgrupper. Vi ser at fødelandet til demokratiet, Hellas, har blitt dømt av den europeiske domstolen for menneskerettigheter for hvordan de ikke har hjulpet en migrantgruppe til sjøs på flukt, med flere saker på vent angående pushbacks. Og vi ser at Europarådets generalsekretær nylig ba medlemslandene ta grep for å reversere den demokratiske tilbakegangen hun ser finner sted i flere land i Europa. For et slikt tema det få plasser som egner seg like godt som Falstad-senteret. Falstad en engasjerende møteplass med en sterk historie. Det har vært skolehjem, opprinnelig som oppdragelsesanstalt for vanartede guttebørn. Det har vært offentlig skole for evneveike. Det i dag et museum og et nasjonalt opplærings- og dokumentasjonssenter for krigens fangehistorie, humanitær folkerett og menneskerettigheter. Men aller mest kjent det som fangeleir under andre verdenskrig. Dagen i går, 8. mai, en merkedag i Europa og Norge. Frigjøringsdagen fra tysk okkupasjon i 1945. Dagen i dag, 9. mai, en merkedag i Europa, kanskje ikke like mye i Norge. Europadagen 9. mai markeres av EU i forbindelse med Schumann-planen fra 1950. Planen ledet til den europeiske kull- og stålunionen, forløperen til dagens EU. På Europadagen feires europeiske verdier som fred, frihet og demokrati, samt europeisk samarbeid på tvers av landegrenser. Vi her altså i dag for å rette fokus på fred, frihet, demokrati, samarbeid og samhold. I en tid hvor Europa igjen har krig på sitt kontinent, og hvor et autoritært regime fører en angrepskrig mot sitt naboland. Dette skjer samtidig med at Europa i endring, og verden gjennomgår flere kriser. Vi har alle vært gjennom en krevende periode med pandemi, som Verdens helseorganisasjon før helga sa at «no longer is a global health emergency», men hvor vi har sett at internasjonalt samarbeid og standardisering har vært avgjørende, også for Norge, gjennom en betydelig global krise. Covid-pandemien til side står vi fortsatt igjen med et grønt og digitalt skifte som skal hjelpe oss med å nå FNs bærekraftsmål. Krigen på kontinentet gjorde at mange lurte på om det fokuset skulle forsvinne, fordi man har fått akutte og prekære kriser i form av høy inflasjon, høye energipriser, høye matpriser og et globalt matsystem direkte påvirket av krigen. Samme tid det en flyktningekrise sør i Europa som vi ikke lenger hører så mye om. Vi vet også at det i år 2020 var omtrent 36 millioner europeere som levde som energifattige, altså ikke i stand til å holde husene sine tilstrekkelig varme. Fokuset på det omfattende grønne og digitale skiftet ikke bort. Likeså kan man enkelt se at kompleksiteten og omfanget av andre også viktige prioriteringer har økt. Det svenske formannskapets prioriteringer har 4 hovedpunkter: sikkerhet, konkurransekraft, klima- og energiomstilling og demokratiske verdier og rettsstatprinsipper. Vi står dessverre foran massive utfordringer, og vi nødt til å jobbe i lag og samarbeid for å kunne finne gode løsninger. Heldigvis finnes det programmer og satsinger som skal hjelpe oss på veien. Noen av dem her får vi høre om i dag, gjennom eksempelvis Horisont Europa og Erasmus+. Europadagen 9. mai også dagen hvor EU igangsetter Year of Skills, hvor det rettes oppmerksomhet på behov for ferdigheter. Mer enn 3/4 av selskapet i EU sier for øyeblikket at det har vært utfordringer med å finne arbeidstakere med riktig kompetanse. Vi sier litt flåsete i vår egen region at vi kommer til å gå tom for mennesker før vi går tom for penger. Kompetanse, ferdigheter og det å matche det her med arbeidsmarkedets behov fremover kommer til å bli viktig. Men også hvordan vi tar imot personer fra tredjeland, og hvordan vi som storsamfunn tilbyr livslang læring. Formålet med dagen i dag er å løfte de her tematikkene som ofte kan føles vanskelig og enorm. I det grønne og digitale skiftet ligger ikke bare nye teknologier og økt økonomisk effektivitet, men det ligger også en visjon om sosial bærekraft og rettferdig omstilling. Hva betyr det, og hvordan får vi til det? For i det hele tatt kun vært i stand til å komme med løsninger, er det et behov for å snakke om hva det innebærer og hva som er status. Det er det her vi ønsker å oppnå med dagen i dag. Gjennom samtale med ledende fagfolk og eksperter ønsker vi å bli litt klokere på hvordan dagens Europa ser ut, hva det er viktig å verne om og hvorfor det er viktig, samt hvordan vi må jobbe sammen og på tvers for å komme videre. Litt praktisk avslutningsvis. Som dere merker, innleggene i dag vil variere mellom norsk og engelsk. Vi har internasjonale gjester til stede, og vi ønsker at de skal forstå mest mulig. Samtidig vet vi at det kan være krevende å følge diskusjoner på engelsk, og at noe av informasjonen er enklest kommunisert på norsk. Vi håper på forståelse for valget vårt her, og at både internasjonale og lokale gjester forstår mest mulig av dagen. Vi ønsker en uformell og en åpen dag. Vi oppfordrer alle til å være nysgjerrige. Vi vet at temaene kan virke stor og generell, men det er hele poenget. Nettopp fordi vi tror at alt det her henger sammen. Spørsmålet er hvordan og hva det betyr. Det klarer vi kanskje å få noe idé av gjennom dagen, ispedd kunnskap vi ikke tidligere hadde. Og får vi til gode samtaler og møter mellom mennesker i dag, så er dagen en suksess. I tillegg til et bra kulturelt arrangement. Både med Falstad og med konsert. For å bidra til forrige punktet, så har vi opprettet en slido hvor alle med en mobiltelefon kan gå inn og skrive inn spørsmål som moderatorer kan stille i paneldebattene. Det er også mulig å stille spørsmål direkte fra sal om man ønsker det. På baksiden av programmet deres finner dere en QR-kode dere kan bruke til å lese om innlederne og se programmet. Det er også inngangsbilletten til konserten i kveld. Så hvis man har ombestemt seg, så har dere billetten klar. Det er bare å møte opp. Og aller sist, takk til programkomiteen ved Falstad-senteret, Innherred regionråd, Nord universitet, Trøndelag fylkeskommune, og ikke minst Kaja og Kristoffer på Trøndelags Europakontor for god planlegging og en innholdsrik dag. Og takk til alle fremmøtte. Det er vi sammen som lager dette til en god dag. Nå gjenstår det bare å si, nyt dagen, lytt, reflekter, vær nysgjerrig, vel møtt. Da bytter jeg til engelsk. To officially open our conference today, we have invited the previous director and head of the diplomatic protocol in the EU, previous spokesperson for France permanent representation in the EU, and former diplomatic advisor for the time being French President Nicolas Sarkozy. Everyone, please digitally welcome the EU ambassador to Norway, Mr. Nicolas de la Grandeville.
Dear guests, dear Mid-Norway European Office. First of all, I would like to start by thanking you for inviting me to speak at your Europe Day event. This is a very important day for us in the European Union and for all in Europe. It is a great pleasure to be the one to welcome you to this very nice event. The program you have for this celebratory day seems very interesting. Europe Day, which is celebrated on the 9th of May every year, is, as mentioned, very important, in particular for peace and unity in Europe. The date marks the anniversary of the Schuman Declaration in 1950, where the then French Foreign Minister Robert Schuman launched the European project only 5 years after the end of World War II. The fundamental idea was for Europe to bring and manage together basic resources for the recovering economies so that they could become so interdependent that a new war between the countries would be unthinkable and practically impossible. Based on this foundation, the EU adventure prospered, progressively embracing many aspects of public life in our democratic societies and social market economies. As you well know, the European Community is now the European Union, spanned from the single market to the free movement of people, and from high social standards and working conditions to scientific research and more. Norway is closely associated in these projects. Just as important, Norway shares the principles, fundamental values and vision of the world that the EU is promoting to its citizens. This is the reason we have developed such an excellent relationship and cooperation between Norway and the EU, to the point that Norway has become perhaps our closest non-member state. You are members of the single market, the Schengen zone, and part of many programs stretching from Erasmus to research and space to health cooperation. Now we focus also on energy and the green transition. Today, Europe Day especially reminds us that the European and the European spanning cooperation is fundamentally a peace project, especially when there is a European country suffering from a war that is both unlawful and brutal. The Russian aggression in Ukraine is a blatant violation of international law and an aggression to the territorial integrity of a sovereign state that cannot be accepted. The European Union and Norway stand together in condemning Russia's illegal and brutal war of aggression against Ukraine. Together, we are supporting Ukraine financially, implementing sanctions, evacuating and taking care of patients, and working together to provide Ukraine with the ammunition it needs to defend itself. With this in mind, it is very important to celebrate Europe Day and to remind ourselves of the reasons we do so. Now more than ever, it is important that we keep standing together in unity and that we continue to cooperate and find common solutions to the challenges we face. The last year has shown this very clearly in reaction to both the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine. Although the current circumstances in Europe are serious with regards to the war in Ukraine and the difficult situation many face because of it, energy crisis, food crisis, I wish to end on an optimistic note, because there are also positive things happening. We are making progress in the green transition, where over 38% of our electricity now comes from renewables, which is more than from fossil fuels. We keep supporting and funding Horizon Europe, which encourages innovative solutions to tackle, for example, climate change, and to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals with its almost €96 billion budget. Furthermore, today, we formally kick off the European Year of Skills, where we focus on giving people and businesses opportunities to improve their skills, so that we may be even better equipped to meet future challenges. I thank you again for inviting me to welcome you to this important event today. I wish you all a very nice day. Enjoy the conference. Tack för mig.
So, although we have asked you to be open today, we have ourselves hidden a gem that we have not yet announced. Our office has been lucky to have several and very good meetings and visits from Trøndelag County this spring in visiting us in Brussels. And it is with a bit of pride and humbleness to say that many of the regional politicians and decision makers are here today, since they decided so after visiting us in Brussels in March. Thank you for acknowledging the importance of discussing these issues and for being here today. So, the next speaker is the County Mayor, Tore Sandvik, which we know is very engaged and knowledgeable about geopolitics and the big picture. And we are looking forward to hear your thought about Europe and the world today. Tore, vær så god.
Thank you, and I will do this in English because of the international guests. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to address this seminar. And thank you for this seminar. Both to Håvard and Kaja and Christopher, we are very fond of you. And you received us in Brussels many times this spring, the politicians from the counties. And I will say to all of you, if you're going to Brussels, just don't hesitate to take contact with our European office. They're really going to make your stay valuable. I will say something about geopolitics on the move as a frame for this seminar. Last November, the world population surpassed 8 billion people. In my lifetime, that's a doubling. When I was a kid, we were 4 billion people on Earth. And even now, the growth rate is now slowing down. We also know that since 2008, more than half of the world population is living in cities, in urban areas. And towards 2050, 4 out of 5 of us will live in urban areas or cities. That's a huge change. It creates a huge demand for buildings, roads, and other infrastructure, and it changes the way the world operates. The big cities will be a part of the global scene in a much more systematic way that we're seeing today. It also increases the risk of more epidemics and pandemics, as we're living in closer proximity in more dense areas. This is the world populations and the way it's distributed. It's around 750 million in Europe. In North America, around 400 million. In Latin America, around 700 million. In Africa, 1.5 billion. And in Asia, 4.7 billion. And in April this year, India became the world's most populous country, surpassing China. In the 1970s, Europe and US, or the West, accounted for the same amount as today, around 1 billion people. Then we were a quarter of the world's population. Now we're 1 in 8. And the question is whether we can expect the West to continue to dominate economically, militarily, and culturally. There is a major geopolitical shift underway. And in the decades to come, Africa will pass 2 billion people, Asia will pass 5 billion people, and Europe will shrink. Nigeria will surpass USA as the 3rd most populous country in 2050. The youngest continent in the world is Africa. And this is happening in a world when China is systematically, on a long-term basis, expanding their influence in the world. The dark green cities, countries in this is China's trade partner number 1. China is now the biggest trade partner in the world for most of the biggest economies, including the US and many of the European countries. And despite China's facing major challenges after the COVID and implementing stricter political control over businesses in a way that also hamper growth, more communism under Xi Jinping, and more regulation, they've been working systematically for years and remain the largest trading partner with major countries. And they are building transportation routes, military bases, ports, digital structures, and securing access to critical resources all over the world. And the South China Sea is their neighborhood, and they want control in their neighborhood. The US is balancing the Chinese power in the region with two military alliances, the Quad, together with India, Japan, and Australia, and the AUKUS, together with Australia and the UK. Despite this, China has built the world's largest navy. And we know that large parts of the US Pacific fleet will need to be replaced and modernized the next decade. That is within the time frame that many believe that Xi Jinping's very clear stated goal of reunifying Taiwan with China will materialize. This security tension receives far more focus and attention in US politics than the war in Ukraine. An open conflict in this area will involve the world's three largest economies, the US, China, and Japan. It will have enormous consequences for the world trade and economy. And China, they are keeping up in most of the parts of the economy and technology. It's only one thing they're not able to compete with yet, and that's microchip. China imports advanced microchips for more than they import oil. And no one in the world is able to compete with the Taiwanese production of microchips. Now they're producing microchips as small as 2 nanometers with 15 billion transistors in one microchip. It's the most advanced technology humans ever have manufactured. And it's a value chain with subcontractors, over 1,500 subcontractors, and now US is sanctioning all those subcontractors with American technology not to deliver to China. So that's one of the most critical parts for China now in the trade war with the US. And China, they want a new world order after the Bretton Woods system. One that is less dominated by the US and the West, and structures put in place, the structures put in place after the Bretton Woods. And they are finding allies. This is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It's more than half of the world population represented here. It's India, it's Pakistan, it's Russia, it's all the STAN countries, Iran, Turkey, Mongolia, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, and recently, Saudi Arabia also wanted to be a part of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. They are building structures to compete with the Bretton Woods system, a new world order in economy. And here in Europe, the war in Ukraine is taking most of our attention. The US is the far biggest military contributor in Ukraine. Without the US military contribution, Ukraine would have fallen a long time ago. But US also has significant security interests in Asia, as I shown. And how far is the US able to stretch its security policy? Both being in the South China Sea, in the Pacific, and in Europe with Ukraine. And how much is Europe able to stand against the Russian aggression? China will never let Russia end up in Western hands. They share the worldview with each other, and they lead the coalition that wants the new world order, one less dominated by the US and the West. And how does the rest of the world look at the conflict in Ukraine? When Norway was the leader of the Security Council, we took the vote out in the General Assembly, so it couldn't be blocked by the Russians. And 141 of 194 countries voted against Russia in favor of the condemnation of Russia. 5 voted against, 35 abstained, 12 did not vote at all. Together, all those countries represents 4 billion people, half of the population in the world. The world looks different from another view. And the Western dominance in the world are changing. And also the power structures. And can we trust the US to lead us in the future? As we're seeing now in the Pacific to balance China, or in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine. How would it go in an election between an unstable liar and a president which is 82 years old at the time of the election? How long will Biden stay? The US is still deeply divided, and the criteria that the CIA uses to assess the risk of other countries descending into civil war places US at yellow level. Can we trust that the next election won't end in political chaos? And how long will Biden last? If he wins, he will be 86 years when he retires. The climate change is happening right now, and nothing will hit the world economically and harder than if we don't get control of our emissions. We must slow down the rise in temperature, and we must get under 2 degrees of warming, because the consequences are so huge. And we see them already. The last 2 years, we have seen great fluctuations. The drought in Taiwan limited the microchip production when we needed them the most during the pandemic and all got our home PCs open. The drought in the flooding in Pakistan last year was extreme. India had extreme droughts, which meant that they couldn't compensate for the loss of grain from Ukraine and Russia as planned. Europe had its driest summer in 500 years, and in East Africa there were significant challenges due to extreme drought, and Africa is now hit by more cyclones than ever before every year. So the climate changes are here, and we need to reduce the emissions. But we also have to understand that it's very, very difficult to do that in balance with the need for energy. We are more dependent on energy than many understand and realize. Since the Industrial Revolution, we have built up enormous consumptions of coal, oil and gas. But all of this is stacked up on each other. Now we have to replace this consumption with new renewable production. And we have to do what we built up over 300 years in 20 years. It's far more challenging than many are willing to admit. And it's particularly difficult because we are more dependent on hydrocarbons than many understand. Therefore, energy access and stability are crucial for security policy. And energy is not just electricity. Oil and especially natural gas are used as direct input factors to produce cement, steel, plastics, fertilizers, asphalt and glass. And we need fossil resources as direct input factors, not just as electricity. For example, in cement, this illustration shows that China used more concrete in 3 years as the US used the entire last century. But in fact, the record was broken in 2018 and 19 when they did this in 2 years. And when we are living more in cities the next years, this demand will grow. Plastics. Try to imagine yourself a modern society without plastics, or in hospitals without plastic. The green shift without plastics. Electric cars without plastics. Isolation without plastics. We have produced more than half of all plastics in history since 2000 and until now, and it's growing. In the EU, the production accounts for 9% of all natural gas consumption and 8% of all the oil they import just produce plastics. But maybe the most important thing, we can't make fertilizers for the world without natural gas. We can use hydrogen, but not before we have a huge surplus of electricity if you're going to do it the green way. Without fertilizers, we cannot feed more than 40% of the world's population. This is maybe the most important innovation made in human history. It saved most lives in human history, fertilizers. Without fertilizers, we cannot feed more than 40% of the world population. And the Secretary General of the United Nations summarized the last General Assembly by saying that the world has enough food in 2022, but it's poorly distributed. This year, we will not have enough food to feed the world because of the crisis after the Ukraine war, the prices of natural gas, less produced fertilizers, and also the sanctions against Belarus and Russia, which is the world's largest exporters of fertilizers. Norway is now currently the most important energy supplier to Europe after the embargo against Russia. In Europe, the primary energy consumption is around 16,000 terawatt-hours of energy. Around 3,000 of that comes from renewable hydropower, solar and wind. The green transition is underway, but the European Union will still depend on oil and gas for heating and petrochemicals, such as plastic and fertilizers, cement and steel for several decades to come. And Norway will be the most important energy supplier for many years to come for the EU. And just to illustrate how difficult it is to change and to replace oil, gas and coal. Our societies are so dependent on energy. This is, since the conflict began, this is the sum that EU has imported oil, gas and coal from Russia for since the war began. 154 billion euros. Even though they are sanctioning Russia. They are so dependent, it's so difficult to change. And this is Norway's energy position. Half of our energy consumption is fossil fuels. And we have to change that the next 20 years. The world is 75%. And we're exporting 2,500 terawatt-hours of energy to the EU. And we have huge discussions in Norway about the cables for exporting power from Norway to Europe. That's 15 terawatt-hours in a wet year. US is now the largest exporter of oil and gas. Just imagine if they were not. Then they couldn't have supported Europe for sanctioning Russian gas, and Europe would have been in deep trouble, lacking energy in many sectors, more sectors than they do now. And we have learned that we cannot be dependent on a rogue state, an authoritarian state, for energy. But now we're going into the green shift. We're establishing a green economy. We need minerals and rare earth metals. China controls most of it, in a more dramatic way than Russia dominates in the European gas market on the European continent. There's a strong opposition to new mining, and China will dominate this market in many years to come. Even here in Norway and Trøndelag, there's a strong opposition to opening closed mines and to the possibilities of mineral extraction on the continental shelf. And China is leading in every value chain we need to do the green shift to produce renewable energy and to produce electric vehicles all over the world, and in batteries for the digital economy. This is a cobalt mining in Congo. We need minerals and rare earth metals for the green shift. But still it seems better to do extremely damaging mining for both the environment, the workers and the neighbors, to harmful mines for copper in Chile and Africa, or deadly cobalt mining in the Democratic Republic of Congo. 44,000 children are working in the mines to bring us batteries for our cell phones and to the EV revolution. And then we have nickel in the most polluted areas of the world. And Europe and Norway, we say no to do this mining at home. We will do this mining in Africa and Latin America, where we can't see them. It's better that way. But maybe we will think in a new world economic order that China wants. These countries will say, stop, we're not delivering to you anymore. Serve yourself. This is a part of the great change of geopolitics. And finally, now we have a new competition with the US. The Inflation Reduction Act, strange name, and respond from the European Union, it's the Net Zero Industrial Act or something. It's changing politics and trade and industry on both sides of the Atlantics. The European Union must respond to the US Inflation Reduction Act to avoid industrial flight. And we see this in Norway as well. Small industrial companies in Norway, they say, we will not invest here, we are going to US, because there the market is, it's growing, and we got huge subsidies. We see it both in the battery industry here, but also in process industries, and we see it in the EU. I think even one of the biggest petrochemical industries in the world, the BASF company in Munich, they are considering going to US, changing from Europe. So you have to be a change in the politics here. And the EU is caught between dependence on China as a market and suppliers in the value chain, and the US as a security guarantor. And we can see it in the Chancellor Scholz and President Macron's trips to China recently. This illustrates this very well. The Germans were there first with several industrial agreements. Then Macron is trying to position Europe as a mediator between US and China, creating distance from both Germany and the US, to China's great delight. We will maybe now see a subsidy battle for green industry among the capitals of Europe. And that can quickly undermine the efficiency of the European economy and the competitiveness. But they need to do it to compete with the US era. The richest countries in Europe have the most to contribute, while the poorest countries cannot compete as well with public finances. This can weaken overall competitiveness and internal cohesion, one of the ideas by the free markets and the free movement of labor and capital within Europe. And for Norway's sake, it's difficult to use more money, not to put up the interest rates and weaken the Norwegian crown anymore. And the prices and inflation. This can create suboptimal productivity and weakening all of Europe's competing power in the future. But in the short term, I guess we will compete with the era even in this continent and in Norway. All in all, it is a challenging situation to handle in the years to come, but we must not meet it with naivety. We must face reality. Energy, trade and security policy will be crucial for the green shift and can create a significant backlash if we cannot balance it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tore, for a good global perspective of what's going on in Europe and the world. On a more positive note, most of you know that Trøndelag was the European region of gastronomy last year. We always talk about that. So as a special thank you, Tore, It's not from Norway, it's not from Trøndelag, but it's some local. It's the best chocolatier from Flandern. Thank you very much. Okay. So, our next speaker, Lise researches the history of European integration, with the history of the EU, EFTA, Norway's relation with the EU, and the EEA agreement as special fields. The aim of the research is to understand why different forms of integration emerge, how the development of the EU can be explained, and how integration affects democracy in the member states and at the European level. Recently, she also published her latest book, En kort introduksjon til EUs historie, which we recommend to everyone interested in learning more about this topic. This book could have been bought at ARK, but I bought the last one yesterday, so you have to order it online. Lise, welcome.
Good morning, and thank you for the invitation to participate in the celebration of Europe Day. Europe Day was introduced in 1986 as a celebration of peace and unity in Europe. And at a time when war is again raging on this continent, and where the ability to stand united is crucial, the significance of this day and what it symbolizes is obvious. That becomes particularly clear when being at a place like Falstad, where so many have suffered from the absence of peace, of democracy, and basic human rights. A warm thank you, therefore, to the Mid-Norway European Office for organizing this celebration, and to the Falstad Center for hosting it at this important and highly symbolic memorial. Europe Day is, as we have already heard, it's marked on 9 May as a commemoration of an event that took place 73 years ago. It was on this day in 1950 that France's foreign minister, Robert Schuman, put forward the proposal that led to the cooperation that we know today as the European Union. In retrospect, it's easy to forget how radical this proposal was. It meant that France and Germany, Europe's then arch enemies, had to put their old enmity aside to become each other's closest collaborators. And this they did, just 5 years after the end of the Second World War. To the leaders of these countries, supranational cooperation constituted a new attempt to build peace. And this attempt was based on the recognition of and first-hand experience of that the old methods to ensure peaceful cooperation between countries had failed miserably. In 1950, the aim was to lay a better foundation for peace than what had been done with the humiliating Treaty of Versailles a generation earlier. The aim was to develop a cooperation that was better suited to preventing war than the Interwar League of Nations. In 1950, in the context of the Cold War, it was clear to all involved what was at stake. It was about liberal democracy versus totalitarian communism. And at the time, this was so obvious that no one considered it necessary to establish by treaty which values should be protected. There is no mention of democracy in the first treaties. Today's demand for democracy as a condition for EU membership was only formulated a little over a decade later by the European Parliament when it became clear that the then fascist Spain was in the process of applying for associate membership. Since then, the European Union has become increasingly more democratic. I know that the tradition of seeing the EU as democratic is not very strong in Norway. And I think part of the reason for that is that we have constantly compared supranational democracy with national democracy. I believe that is misleading. Indeed, as Erik Oddvar Eriksen has pointed out, EU democracy has a different function than national democracy, because its purpose is not only to ensure democracy within states, but also to ensure democracy between states. EU democracy is not perfect. It is constantly challenged, but in historical perspective, it has also been constantly improved. By actors like Altiero Spinelli, who at the age of 20 was sentenced to 16 years in jail by the fascist regime in Italy. By Simone Weil, a Holocaust survivor who became the first elected president of a European Parliament. Today, democracy is one of the EU's fundamental values, together with respect for human dignity, freedom, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights, including the rights of persons belonging to minorities. European unity has rarely been complete. We saw that during the financial crisis, which pitted countries in the north and south of the Union against each other. We saw it during the refugee crisis, which brought to the surface differences between countries east and west of the old Iron Curtain. And we see it today in connection with the rule of law crisis. That EU member states openly challenge the Union's fundamental values and principles is a major challenge for EU cooperation, because it shakes the very foundation for this cooperation, having the potential to impact cooperation in any policy area, every policy area. The situation reflects that the European Union is diverse. It testifies of the fact that there is no common understanding of what democracy and the rule of law is and must entail. And it is an important reminder about the need to distinguish between democratic transition and democratic consolidation. The cost of living crisis constitutes another challenge to the European Union today. Last autumn, we saw huge protests in Prague, where people took to the streets in reaction to the high energy prices, shouting slogans against the European Union and against NATO. In Hungary, the government ran an anti-EU campaign about the sanctions against Russia. There are many reasons why we should not take European cooperation for granted. However, for those of us who prefer to see the glass half full rather than half empty, the last years have also given reason for optimism. The handling of the major crisis that the European Union has dealt with since 2016 testify, I believe, of the ability to stand together and of the will to pursue more solidary policies. So to be able to end on an optimistic note, I will therefore use the rest of my introduction to remind you about some of the recent developments that give grounds for optimism. And my first example is from the Brexit negotiations. While Brexit may seem like water under the bridge, or at least overshadowed by more recent challenges, negotiations between the UK and the EU are in fact still ongoing. This spring, the parties are negotiating the terms for a possible British re-association with the European Union's science programs. One of the lessons from the Brexit negotiations, and in my view the most important lesson, is that the Union managed to maintain a united front. The British government's tactic in the exit negotiations has been described as an attempt to divide and conquer. London regularly tried to go over the heads of the European Commission negotiators. It lobbied EU member states directly, appealing to the self-interest of the individual states. But the EU countries nevertheless rallied behind the Commission, remaining loyal in the end to their own fundamentally political project. Researchers give much credit for this result to the European Commission, which in uncharted territory succeeded in producing a trusted and cooperative relationship with the member states. My second example is from the EU's handling of the pandemic. The EU has often been referred to as a cooperation that develops through crisis. And the corona crisis seemed to be an example that confirms that claim. After a very bad start, the EU, led by the European Commission, stepped in with massive and concrete assistance, with purchasing cooperation and with a reconstruction package that was partly financed through joint loans. And this latter thing, taking out joint loans and as a form of financial solidarity, was unprecedented and gives reason to claim that the corona crisis strengthened rather than weakened intra-European solidarity. Figures from the vaccine collaboration support this impression, as they testify to a relatively fair distribution between the EU member states. And in 2021, Commission President Ursula von der Leyen announced the European Health Union, a purpose of which is to prevent, detect, and rapidly respond to the health emergencies. Norway's Minister of Health announced in early 2022 that Norway would apply for participation in the Health Union. My third example is from the energy sector. I work at a university, and one of my master students, Ingeborg Tveter Lunde, is currently finalizing her MA thesis in European studies. Ingeborg has examined the attempts to build EU energy policy resilience before and after Russia's attack on Ukraine. And shortly after this attack, the European Union adopted the Repower EU, which is the EU's plan to make Europe independent from Russian fossil fuels and fast-forward the green transition. We see that EU natural gas imports from Russia has been significantly reduced since the outbreak of the war. And Ingeborg shows how the development of a more solidarity-based energy policy at EU level is one of the factors that has made this possible. The new LNG terminal in the Netherlands, built in a record time of 6 months, is not only an important step to ensure new sources of supply for the Netherlands. This terminal is also able to serve Central European member states, such as Czechia. Thus, overall, the EU's investment in LNG terminals and gas interconnectors, as well as the new possibility of reverse flows between EU member states, has contributed to the fact that today, every EU member state is able to receive gas from at least 2 sources. The Repower EU has also led to a strengthened relationship between the EU and Norway. Last month, the EU and Norway established a Green Alliance to strengthen joint climate action, environmental protection efforts, and cooperation on the clean energy and industrial transition. My fourth and final example is about the EU's ongoing work to prevent rule of law backsliding. In the wake of the rule of law crisis, the European Union has developed a new tool, which makes it possible to withhold funds from countries that do not respect the rule of law. This is often called the EU's rule of law mechanism, and it was adopted before Russia attacked Ukraine. But the war has made it more effective. Inflation, increasing public expenditure, and uncertain financial markets means that Poland is now trying to meet the requirements from the EU. In January, the Polish parliament passed a bill that could reverse some of the damage done, and that could trigger 36 billion euros from the EU's recovery fund. There are elections coming up in Poland this autumn, and the Law and Justice Party wants to use these funds to strengthen its position. At the same time, the war has increased the EU's willingness to meet Hungary. The desire to have a crisis package for Ukraine adopted for 2023 was central when the European Union chose in December to approve Hungary's plan for using the recovery funds after the pandemic. The condition is that Hungary implements a long series of reforms linked to the fight against corruption and the re-establishment of the rule of law. However, the European Union still withholds funds from the EU budget, and these funds are important for Hungary. In 2022, they accounted for 8% of the country's gross national budget. My intention with these examples was to remind you that, despite grave challenges, again and again, Europe has held firm and adapted. Jean Monnet, the mastermind behind the proposal that Europe Day commemorates, would have been pleased. Monnet wrote in his memoirs that Europe will be forged in crisis and will be the sum of the solutions adopted for those crises. In a time where all major social challenges cross borders, and in a time where well-functioning international cooperations are scarce, the reasons to celebrate Europe Day are many, also in Norway. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lise. It's good to have some positive notes and good examples as well, so thank you very much, and also some attention to you. Thank you. So, our next speaker is Jimmy Jamar. He has worked over 30 years in the European Commission, where he has worked in the areas of education, research, employment, and communication. After his retirement in 2019, he became the head of the Brussels office of Europa Nostra, the largest European organization dealing with cultural heritage. Fortunately, Europa Nostra has recently been awarded the largest EU project ever. Unfortunately, the startup meeting is in Brussels tomorrow. And although Jimmy really did his best to try to come here physically and present today, he received a message end of last week that he had to stay in Brussels. Luckily, however, he's still able to join us digitally and live from Brussels. So, good day, Jimmy. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Hello, hello. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. As you said, I'm on the one hand very delighted to be able to speak to you and say a few words today on the occasion of this Europe Day. On the other hand, I'm very frustrated not to be able to be with you in Falstad in person. I had, as you said, everything prepared to go, and but as you said, some circumstances, which are rather positive circumstances in one way, have prevented me from coming. But so please excuse me for not being able to be there, but I'm happy to be able to exchange also and say a few words remotely. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers for organizing this event and today on Europe Day, and to placing it basically around the European values. I'd like to also thank Lisa for her speech, and you'll see that my remarks are very, in a way, very complementary to hers. As I think it's Howard that presented me, I worked for over 30 years in the European Commission, and it was always in what we would call the soft politics of the EU. So education, research, employment, culture, also the environment. I would say all of these issues that are linked very directly to the life of people, of citizens. And I have spent all of my career in trying to reconcile or to set bridges, I would say, between this project and the citizens. For a long time, I always had also very often the response when I was putting these arguments forward that the European Union as such was focused on the economy and on consolidating our trade relations within the world. And I was often thinking about, why this attitude also towards the citizens. And I think it was basically also linked to a more global attitude that these people thought that if the economy was going well, that people would follow automatically. And of course, this has not happened. Am I pessimistic? No. And I think, and Lisa pointed to a certain number of arguments that were going against, I would say, this pessimism. And I would like to complement these. I feel that there is in Brussels a sort of change in attitudes. And this change has been brought up, I would say, by three factors. The first, as Lisa already mentioned, was the COVID. The COVID taught us, I think, two things. One of them, and she pointed out to that, is the fact that if in an area where the EU had no competences, health as such, I mean, these competences were in the remit of the member states. When you are faced with uncertainty, it was a good way to see that people, that the heads of state and government were able to put their act together and to actually give the Commission the mandate in the vaccine phase to negotiate and to come up with a plan. So this shows very strongly that if you have a political will to do things in areas also where the EU as such doesn't have, a lot of powers, we can achieve a number of things. So that was a strong signal that was given there. And the other thing that I think that the COVID brought was the emphasis on a word called well-being. That was interesting to see how much this word was referred to, because well-being refers to togetherness. Well-being refers to social inclusion, which is something that's very important. And in my area, well-being was very much linked to the notions of culture and heritage, because if you want to emphasize or enhance an atmosphere where you have the well-being, culture, of course, helps. And this environment is an environment where heritage is important. Heritage meaning at large, not only built heritage or so on, but of course, the whole natural heritage as well. So this was something that came up strongly and in a way forced also the people in Brussels to look into these issues that had actually not been very much dealt with before. The second element was, of course, the war in Ukraine. And here, again, it brought up, I would say, two interesting components, outside of the fact that it forced, I would say, again, but it encouraged the people to move forward in the area of a common defense, a common security, common external relation policy. But it brought two other elements, I think, in my view. The first is, and that I think is very important, it reminded us that actually at the beginning of this European project, the focus was not so much on the economics or on consolidating trade relations. It dealt with something more important and more essential in the very beginning phase, which was the restoration of peace. And that return of the emphasis on peace, the value of peace, as one of the core values of Europe, together with democracy, together with the rule of law, together with human rights, I think put an emphasis on, I would say, the importance of values for the conduct and the success of this project. The second thing, that's more in my field again, which the war focused on, is the need for to revamp the international cultural relations of the EU, meaning that if you have a situation of war, you need to engage measures to prevent war. You need, if there is a war, to safeguard the damaged heritage, and you need, of course, afterwards to rebuild this damaged heritage. So international cultural relations are occupying and will occupy, I would say, a more extended role in the future. And my third element, which relates a bit to the war in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine is a consequence of this, is, I would say, the overall geopolitics and what this entails. We are entering a more unsafe world. We're entering a more unstable world, a more dangerous world, and we all perceive this. And in this world, the actors that are coming out strongly is we see the return of the superpowers situation that we had found, I would say, when this European project started after the Second World War. Now, in this context, Europe, and I say Europe, not only, I would say, and this is why, by the way, also your event today is very important because it reminds us that Europe does not end at the borders of the European Union. Europe is in a double situation. It has to, maybe for the first time, define what role it wants to play in this new world context. And on the second hand, its role is not guaranteed. Until now, we have lived 70 years with, in a way, protected. We were protected by a fair economic development, and I mean fair in the sense that there was an economic progress undeniable, and also we consolidated our trade relations. But this is not sustainable in the long run because of enhanced competition also by these superpowers. But at the same time, we see that we need a new. Europe has to develop a new narrative in order for its voice to be heard more generally in the world. Europe is never going to be a military power comparable to the States or to Russia or to China. Europe is never going to be a political power that enforces, neither military or political, that enforces its way through sometimes violence and so on. But Europe has a role to play, and in my view, it's its only real guarantee for occupying a role in the future if it remains strong on its values. We saw the threats nowadays to peace. We see the threats every day to democracy, inside and outside Europe. Democracy will probably be the greatest challenge in the years to come, in my view. We saw the threats on the rule of law, inside Europe, outside of Europe. But we also see, of course, daily the threats on the human rights, the things we have fought for, women's rights, gay rights, and so on. We have there something that we have to nurture, that we have to protect, and that we have to stick to, inside and outside. And that is, in my view, the only model and the only narrative we can build if we want to continue to have a voice, a credible voice, being a reference voice also for the people and the countries outside of in the world. And we see that these countries are attacked by very strong influences political influences, ideological influences by the other superpowers. So this is, I would say, what I wanted to tell you today. And this is, you will understand why this Europe Day is important, why this focus that you're having today on the values is important. In order to do this, this project will need the support of the people, of the citizens. And that's where also the role of culture and cultural heritage come in very strongly, because they are the sort of visible side of the values we are fighting for. This is also, it shows what we have fought for in this continent to make this continent better throughout the century. And as far as culture is concerned, it's also the symbol of our diversity. We need to focus on the things that bring people together, bring the Europeans together, not necessarily to defend our identity. Identity is a word that I don't like, because identity is a word that always makes one group opposed to somebody that doesn't have this identity. I prefer to speak of common consciousness of what we are as Europeans. And this is a bit the message that I wanted to pass on to you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. I'm not sure if you can see me, but I'm trying to look into the camera, so I hope that you can see me.
I see you.
Hello. Good. So for your chocolate, Jimmy, you have to pass by our office in Brussels.
I will do that.
Yeah,
we have a lunch. We have a lunch planned, and I hope really to come to Falstad next year and to be with you in person next year. I promise that.
Yes. Very good, and I'm sure we will find a good situation or a good way to get you to Trøndelag. And I also want to inform you about Trøndelag 2030, which is the 1,000-year marking here in Trøndelag. So we have something to talk about while we enjoy our chocolate in Brussels. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you all. Have a nice day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
So we are heading into the first session. Unfortunately, we've had a cancellation. Our moderator, Oda Okkenhaug, which we're looking forward to be here today with us, has gotten sick, so she's not able to be here. Fortunately, we have a very good replacement. It's our own Kaja Dybvik, European Affairs Advisor at the Mid-Norway European Office. So please come here, Kaja. So Kaja, she is from the city where the mountain Ossenåsen is, Steinkjer. She has lived in UK, France, Luxembourg and Belgium. She has a background from EFTA and the financial sector in Luxembourg. She's very knowledgeable about Europe, EFTA, EEA and the EU. Those who know her would almost say that it's almost like she's married to the EFTA. And she has had less than 1 day to prepare, but knowing her, I'm confident that she will do an excellent job. So a warm applause for Kaja.
Thank you so much. I should do this more often so I can, hear what you really think about me. And I am indeed I am married to EFTA because my husband works at the EFTA court. So there's the link. All right, we are a little bit behind schedule, so we're not going to promise to catch up, but we're going to enjoy this debate and this discussion instead. So hopefully you're not too hungry. And as you can tell by the previous speaker's remarks today, we are talking about the big picture, and we're not afraid to do so. We have heard references to the global situation and the beginning of the EU and how to we have also familiarized ourselves with the long lines in general here. And we will stay with that, but we'll also try and narrow it down a little bit to more concrete terms and somewhat more locals. So we'll just remind you that we have the slider up, so please scan the QR code and ask questions. I'll try and check Slido for questions. And the topic for this is A Just Europe. food security, energy poverty, and equality of opportunities as a means to safeguard an inclusive democratic society. That's the big picture. So what is a just Europe, and how do we go about to achieve it? And the answer depends on who you ask. So that's what we've done. We've asked for very wise panelists to come here with different academic backgrounds and field of work. And we'll try and break it down, I mentioned, by focusing on food security, energy poverty, and equality opportunities, which makes the question even more complex, maybe, because of all the different aspects we highlighted. And I think the aim today is not really to just answer. We're not going to answer the question at once and for all, but we're going to try and get new perspectives, and also new knowledge on the certain aspects of what constitutes a just Europe, and to be better equipped continuing this conversation over lunch afterwards. And we're so lucky with our panelists here today to give you this insight, so I'll stop stealing their time. Just a quick reminder that the structure today on this session is that we're going to have 2 mini keynote speakers, first from Natalia and Mamonova on food security, and then from Siddharth Sareen on energy poverty. And then we will invite Lise and Sebastian Klein to the stage and have a discussion afterwards. So first up is Natalia Mamanova. She is a senior researcher at Ruralis, Institute for Rural and Regional Research in Trondheim. She has over 10 years of research experience in rural politics, agrarian transformation, social movements, food sovereignty, right-wing populism in post-social Europe. And her current research mainly focuses on the impact of the war in Ukraine and on Ukrainian and global food systems. So please, Natalia, come on up.
All right. Thank you. My microphone working, indeed. For today, I'd like to talk about the impact of the war on our food system and to try to draw 5 lessons that we can learn from the war and how our food system responds to it, both at the global level, trying to narrow it to European, and what's happening in Ukraine. Because as you're telling that this is my current research, I engage in different projects and looking at the impact of the war in Ukraine from different sides, and also looking what's going on in Ukraine at this moment. So let's start from the global more to the local. So the major lesson that we should learn from the current situation is that our globalized food system is fragile and it's not as resilient as we wanted it to be and as we expected it to be. And the COVID-19 already demonstrated that it's not functioning so smoothly in challenging circumstances. And especially in the beginning of the pandemic, we saw that their supermarket shelves were empty while farmers had to destroy their own food. So there are little disturbance, or little or big disturbance from outside may dysfunction the whole food system. And the war in Ukraine has shown it again, and maybe in more dramatic scale, that the globalized food system that is characterized by industrial agriculture, by international trade of food, fuel, and fertilizers, and extreme dependence on just three staple food for most human diets. Just imagine 3 grains, wheat, corn, and rice. They account for almost half of all calories consumed by the world population. And before the war, Ukraine and Russia were the breadbaskets of the world. They still continue to be, but they were the major exporters of these grains. And together they export about 30% of the world's wheat, 80% of the world's sunflower, and 20% of corn. The Russia's military attacks on Ukrainian agriculture has different implications and different expressions. There were bombing of agricultural facilities. There was a burning of agricultural fields. There was theft of Ukrainian grain from the temporarily occupied territories. And the most important, of course, for our global world food trade is the blockade of Black Sea ports, through which 90% of Ukrainian export was shipped. And beside that, there's also Russia, who's an important actor in food export, but the Western sanctions on Russian financial system, as well as self-imposed food sanctions by Russia, withdrew it from the major exporters of the grain and fertilizers. We were also talking this morning about the importance of fertilizers for the feeding the world. So the removal of these two exporters from the international trade has led to the global food crisis. And the crisis is especially felt by the countries of Middle East and North Africa, which are heavily dependent on the grain from Russia and Ukraine. There, the risk of hunger and poverty has increased exponentially. In other parts of the world, the war has led to disruptions in food value chains, increased shortages of agricultural inputs, and rising food and energy prices. And we all, as food consumers, we have experienced the inflation in the food prices. So this demonstrated to us that the stability of the globalized food system is illusion. So a system can be easily disturbed by the external shocks, and we need to think about alternatives and how to create a system that is not so fragile. Another lesson that we can learn is that fluctuation of the prices and the volatility in the world food markets can endanger global food security more than the war itself. So Russia invaded Ukraine when the global food and energy prices were already high, and the global economy was struggling from the consequences of the pandemic crisis. The war has caused the biggest price shock since the oil price crisis of the 1970s. There's especially in the beginning when the war started, the prices skyrocketed. But if you look at the year, the first year of the war, we see at the global level that the energy prices rose by 50%, food prices by 20%, and it's not only those exported grains, it's in general food prices rose by 20%, fertilizer prices doubled in just 1 year. But this increase is not necessarily related to the war itself. They're also related to the panic and speculation in the world food markets and export restrictions imposed by some other countries to maintain their food security. There was a research done that if there wouldn't be their export restrictions of some countries, the prices would be at least 10% lower. While their world prices increased dramatically, Ukrainian food producers had to sell their products at very low prices, often below the production costs. The reason is that the blockade of the Black Sea ports led to the situation that Ukrainian grain has stuck in Ukraine, and there was also enough of the storage facilities. There was not enough actually, because, for example, in the case of maize, corn, my colleagues and I, we studied this particularly, that 80% of corn produced in Ukraine meant for export, and there are not enough the storage in grain elevators to store that. When the export was terminated, the Ukrainian farmers actually left with a lot of corn that they had no place to store. But also, So that's why the prices went so low. But also there are different alternatives, different routes, and how to export the grain from Ukraine was introduced. For example, the solidarity lane that the Ukrainian grain has to ship through their through the roads and railway system to Europe, then further exported it. They were not sufficient, and also the buyers and traders, they it was too risky to offer the high price for Ukrainian farmers. So sometimes the difference between the world prices for the grain and what price Ukrainian farmers received were up to 30 or even 50% in the difference. So that the lesson is that the war showed that the food prices, they do not depend on the production cost, but they are defined by the transnational actors and the global trade, and this is important. That we disconnected actually what the farmers put into the soil to grow our food from what we pay as a consumers in the supermarket. The third lesson that we can draw from the war in Ukraine is this global question of who will feed the world. And here we see how different food systems deal with the challenges of the war and the major destructions. So this question, who will feed the world, includes the debates, it's long-standing debates about large versus small farming, large industrial globalized system versus small-scale localized food production. And while the proponents of the globalized industrial agriculture, they argue that this is the most efficient way to produce food, to produce cheap food to feed their growing world's population. But their opponents, they emphasize the socio-economic and environmental cost of industrial agriculture, and they advocate for this alternative, more sustainable local food system. And Ukrainian agriculture actually represents the two different systems at the same time. So there are large farm enterprises that specialize on grain production, primarily for export. And there are small-scale private farmers that produce vegetables, potatoes, and fruits and berries, milk, and other dairy products, and meat for domestic market. And these two systems coexisted in Ukraine for many years, and they equally contribute to 50% of gross domestic agricultural output of Ukraine. However, the state prioritizes large-scale industrial agriculture while often overlooking smallholders. In an article that I have recently published, it's called Food Sovereignty and Solidarity Initiatives in Ukraine during the war. I actually was looking how the two different systems deal with the challenges of the war and how the different food producers survive in the war. And the findings actually quite surprising, or maybe not surprising for some, that large-scale industrial agriculture is not dealing well with the war. And even those enterprises whose lands and agricultural facilities were not located in active military zones, they are struggling to organize their logistics because they are focused on this economy of scope and economy of scale. They have their machinery in one region. They have the labor, the traveling brigades that comes from one farm to another. They have fertilizer stored in one place. And when the war started, they were not able simply to organize logistics. And they were already, before the war, they experienced serious financial difficulties, and the war brought many big corporations in troubles. Of course, they have the input from outside, and because they often have transnational links with different multinational corporations, and also the government helps a lot, but they are not flexible and not resilient enough in comparison with small-scale farmers who were able to organize their production, and they are actually those who feed Ukraine now during the war. they don't depend on international trade, and they are very flexible. So they can use manual labor, they use natural fertilizer and traditional seed varieties, and they help each other. And their food production is based on their local networks, and they produce food more in culturally appropriate and with environmentally friendly methods. And moreover, during the war, they showed that they are not only those who feed Ukraine, but also those who are in the heart and in the center of the communities, because they do a lot of socially important work during the war. For example, they organize territorial defense, and they set the checkpoints to control who's coming, who's leaving from their rural settlements, and they help the Ukrainian army to evacuate villagers when the Russians advance. They do a lot of things in their communities. They also receive internally displaced people. So currently, more and more Ukrainians are talking about small-scale farmers as the true heroes of the war, that they not only managed to cultivate their lands and feed the people during the war, but also they help the country to fight the war and to help the people to survive the challenges. And so this would lead to this argument that that small-scale localized food system is more resilient than large transnational globalized food system, and also it plays an important role in the survival of communities. The first question is, so there is the alternative to the globalized food system. As I just said, the small-scale localized system showed its resilience in Ukraine, but also at the global scale, there are debates, as I already mentioned. And currently, many academics and activists argue that the time has come to change the dominant globalized food system to a more sustainable and a fair one. And international farmers movement, La Via Campesina, I don't know if you heard about it. It had the European representatives, and by the way, Norske Bonde and Småbrukarlag, sorry for my Norwegian, it's a member of the La Via Campesina. So this is the organization that promotes the idea of food sovereignty and argues that this is a sustainable alternative that can guarantee food security for all people. The idea of food sovereignty emerged 20 years ago as an alternative to food security. While food security is focused on increasing production volumes, food sovereignty focuses on who grows food and how the food is produced. It prioritizes local and national economies and markets, empowering small-scale farmers who produce culturally diverse and socially and environmentally sustainable food. It argues that the control over the food production, distribution, and consumption should be in hands of local producers and consumers, and not controlled by multinational corporations and supermarket chains. This food sovereignty movement is popular in the global south, but its ideas are gaining momentum in the global north as well, and Europe as well, especially in the current unstable situation. And there are already some implementations of those ideas. For example, European Union's farm-to-fork strategy that aims to shorten the chains between the consumers and producers is based on food sovereignty ideas. Unfortunately, these initiatives are often seen as a marginal addition to industrial agriculture. And the system now, when it is so unstable and showed its fragility, I think it's a good moment to start to rethink it and maybe to give the path to the more alternative thinking. And the final lesson that I would address today is the choice between sustainability and food security. And this is very difficult in a choice that many governments faced with. Since the outbreak of the war, many governments have taken emergency measures to deal with the food shortages and rising food prices. Some countries, including major food exporters, such as in Indonesia, Argentina, and Kazakhstan, have restricted their exports, which further exacerbates the global food crisis that I also mentioned earlier. The European Union countries have introduced a temporary adaptation of the common agricultural policy that allows cultivation of protected areas and the use of previously banned agricultural chemicals to increase food production, which actually pushed the goals of sustainable development further back. Norwegian politicians, they set the goal to increase national self-sufficiency by increasing cultivated hectares and encouraging farmers to switch from producing grain for feed to grain for food. It also has its implications on biodiversity and puts farmers that are already struggling into their more challenging situation. And these emergency measures, which can they can jeopardize sustainable agricultural development and can cause the problems in the longer term. They are the result of this so-called modernist mindset or modernism development that put forward this progressive and high technology forward. And also their lobby by multinational corporations and chemical giants who don't want to lose their main position in globalized agricultural model. And by the way, I put a note here to say about fertilizers. In Ukraine, those huge industrial corporations, they follow certain guidelines, as well as farmers do, to put as much fertilizers in land in order to have a good harvest. But because of the disruptions on this in this agri-value chain, there is less fertilizers were used in Ukraine during the last sowing season, as well as in other chemical inputs, and the result is pretty much the same. So this shows us that the contemporary industrial agriculture use more fertilizers, more chemical inputs that actually needed, because their guidelines and principles how much you should use are set by chemical corporations. Of course, it's important them to sell their product. So what I want to finish here is make us think about how we move forward and whether the sustainability should be sacrificed in favor of food security. While if we look into the localized food systems and see how they're dealing with the challenges and but remaining still sustainable and playing an important social functions. So perhaps if we give more support to the smallholder farmers and their shorter connection between producers and consumers, we may not need to sacrifice sustainability in favor of food security. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natalia. For this mini keynote, a lot of food for thought, pun intended. Already questions on Slido waiting for you, but we'll get back to that later. So next up, we have Siddharth Sareen. He is a professor in energy and environment at the Department of Media and Social Sciences at the University of Stavanger, and professor too at the Center for Climate and Energy Transformation at the University of Bergen. He coordinates the Sustainability Transformation Program area at the Faculty of Social Science in Stavanger with a portfolio of research projects worth over 10 million euros. So, warm welcome to you, Siddharth, and we're looking forward to your mini keynote.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, and what a great set of talks to set the tone for the day. I wanted to bring us to energy poverty through a couple of things, and luckily Repower EU has already been named. So I want to start there with the twin transition about inclusive and just approaches to both decarbonize but also digitalize our energy systems. And this is important to understand because we live in Europe and a country in Norway where we will not be able to move forward without digitalizing most of our sectors, food being no exception. And that's because we need to electrify most things, because electricity is what we're most easily able to move away from fossil fuels. In Norway, this is no mystery to us. It's something we've done already for many of our sectors. We do space heating with electricity, we do cooking, we do lighting, etc. That's not true in most of Europe. And what we then see is that a lot of these changes are happening not at the large scale of geopolitics or even at the scale of the country. They are happening at the scale of cities and often even neighborhoods. They're happening all around us and they involve us. So I'm going to take you to cities and to neighborhoods. And I won't go into the details here, but I want to point to work I did on Lisbon and on Bergen, looking at different sectors that are digitalizing and decarbonizing. And here we see, if we look at smart electricity grids and decentralized solar energy in Lisbon, it's one of the countries with leading ambitions on moving towards climate change mitigation. Lisbon was the European Green Capital a couple of years ago. Then we see that even though they have lots of good examples of how you could have solar rollout, how you could produce electricity from clean sources quite locally close to where it's used. And yet they're failing to be just, they're failing to be inclusive. You have lots of gatekeeping, you have bureaucratic hurdles, you have people being closed out, large companies continuing to hold onto the profits and not allowing people to talk about community energy, to move into a position where they could also benefit, let alone those who are not able to pay their bills being able to actually be part of a sector that is very top-down, very centralized in its control historically. Let's move to Bergen. We're in a country where we lead on electric vehicles, or at least cars. Actually, if it's electric vehicles, it's China. They're electrifying things like bus fleets, which makes a lot more sense than subsidizing our richest people. But even so, if we look at what we're doing in Bergen, then despite a lot of good coordination between spatial planners with an ambitious climate action plan that has just been updated, we see that there are a number of barriers to social inclusion. We see that there are forms of digitalization. That's how people meet transport. They want to move from one form to another. They go on an app. They try to buy a ticket. This shuts out a lot of people. Many people are not good at navigating these systems. And the systems don't talk to each other. So when you get e-scooters, elsparkesykler, it starts off a whole different thing. It opens up legal loopholes. You realize the city doesn't actually control what's happening in its own space. You see people excluded because they're blind or because they have mobility needs that they fought for many years. So these things are related and they're not so different from the twin transition. And that's when I want to take you to Europe, to a room in Barcelona about 5-6 years ago, where many of us gathered after having witnessed in one of the poor neighborhoods of Barcelona the dwelling of someone who had died in an electrical fire. This was because they were poor, they were in arrears, the utility did not care to come and sort out the mess of different wires. You never see them here, but you saw these wires looped around each other, and at some point there was a spark at night. The building did not have the right kind of fire escapes, and people were trapped and somebody died. And we sat with people, including his widowed wife and many others in this community center, and discussed their fight against energy poverty, how they are trying to work against vulnerability. And one of the things, they had many local associations working with them. There are many people gathered here who had a lot of expertise on this from across Europe. One of the things that they emphasized is that we need to be able to show what we need. We need numbers. We need to be able to make policymakers pay attention to change the things that are not working. Because when we shout about it until someone dies, something really goes wrong. We don't actually have any action. And then it's too late. These are some of the people we've gathered over the years. We've run a European energy poverty network called Engager since 2017. We last gathered in Budapest actually a year ago. And what I want to emphasize from our work is that we've worked on how we measure energy use. Energy is invisible often. We use it in everything, but it's easy to forget. And we talk about how it's measured in 3 ways. One, that it comes with historical trajectories. We measure kilowatt hours. That's what comes on our bills. We get fixed charges, right? But then you can also talk about what we should be measuring, and there's a challenge. The more detail you get, the less you're able to actually read into the context. Who is this affecting? And the more that you get into the detail, the more expensive it becomes to monitor everybody, even in a country with 5 million people. That's a very expensive and difficult challenge. And finally, you get new ways to measure, new metrics But the challenge is, how do you get these into policy? How do you get people to take action on it? And I'll tell you why this matters, and I'll bring it around to the big challenge that Europe is facing with changing its energy systems. That is, how can shifts to low-carbon energy infrastructure? This is huge. This is worth billions, if not trillions of euro over the next few years. And really, we have targets for 2030 that we're already missing. We're already missing them for every European member state. We're missing them in Norway. We're missing them for cities and for regions. Anybody who has set the most ambitious targets is going to have a lot of political difficulty explaining why they haven't been able to deliver on some of the greatest challenges of our time by the time we get to 2030. Copenhagen's a city we often talk about. It's one I lived in for many years. It's already going to miss its targets because they're even sooner than 2030. They'll get there by 2028, but not 2025 or 6. And how can these shifts be synergistic with energy poverty alleviation for a just transition? Justice, fairness, those things are usually slow, unfortunately, as we're painfully aware of in a place like this. It often comes too late. And it's certainly not compatible with the rapid targets that you want to meet by putting out lots of big numbers, throwing money at problems. We're good at those things. So how do we meet this challenge in a way that actually improves the lives of people like those in that room in Barcelona? How do we digitalize our systems, which usually involves technical people, experts, busy people? I was once in an opera house, and the CEO of Renault asked a question, and it turned out that everybody, most in suits, raised their hand except me, because everybody there had a car. Some had electric cars, but none of them were living in a world where they were actually dealing with the challenges of public transport, of systems of the sort that we need to improve in order to meet our climate challenge, in order to create a more equal world for everybody and not just the decision makers, the elite, the privileged ones who can talk about problems. And so I worked with a colleague to come up with taking point of departure in these 3 things I showed you earlier, of understanding the history of how we measure things, why we measure them in some ways, the challenge of trying to cover a large population, but also the specific needs of many people that are very invisible to policymakers and to busy people, and then how to change our ways of measurement, how to bring those ways into policy. If you think along those lines, and then you think about justice, in the research we think about justice in 3 ways. We think about it in terms of redistribution. How do we reallocate resources so that it's more fair, more people get at least a basic minimum, nobody is in energy poverty, which is defined in many ways, but if you're using more than 10% of your household budget and you don't have a very high household budget, you could say that is one way to think about it. We can think about it as procedural justice. When we make decisions, how do we include people? How do we get them to be part of the decisions that affect their lives so that they can tell us what matters to them? What kind of transport system should we be designing? I shouldn't tell you just because I'm a researcher, and neither should the spatial planner in a city, and neither should the one who was fastest to put e-scooters on the street. We need a process, so we think about it in those terms. And there's recognition-based justice, recognition that some people have needs that are more difficult than others, that you might be blind and need to move on a street, that you might need help managing your electrical wires in a house where you don't have enough, where you're in trouble, and that it's not enough to just have subsidies, that you might need different kinds of support policies. So that's something that I hope people here, despite working on different things, I know there are some politicians, different kinds of decision makers, also practitioners, and I hope that that sort of tool is useful, because it comes from a lot of thinking and work on such problems with many people. And finally, I wanted to bring it around to very close to home, where I live in Stavanger. This is Østerbydel, and we did a study with some students a couple of years ago, right before the crisis, the electricity crisis, the energy price crisis hit Norway. And even then, in our sample, depending on different ways of measuring, we tried to measure vulnerability to energy. And we found that something like 10% of people, and Stavanger and 5 of the municipalities there are among Norway's 10 richest municipalities per capita in Norway, right? And we found that pensioners, students, depending on how you understood energy vulnerability, were actually exposed in many ways. Remember, this is before the energy crisis. So it's closer to us than we think, and it's a mutual relationship, Europe and Norway, and I think that if Europe can learn from Norway on how to work with electricity that's really clean and how to electrify and digitalize other systems, we can certainly learn on affirmative action, on ways to work with creating systems where we support people who are marginalized and in need. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much. That was really eye-opening and interesting to hear about your research and work. Of an important part. What am I saying? It is a very useful point of view. All right. I'd like to welcome Natalia and Siddharth back to the stage, and also Lise Rie and Sebastian Klein. We've already heard from Lise, and she had a short introduction by her this morning, so I'll very quickly present Sebastian. Sebastian Klein is the head of education here at the Falstad Center. He is educated as a historian at the NTNU and works with developing the history didactics profile of Falstad. And in addition, he is project leader for DEMBRA, that is Democratic Preparedness Towards Racism and Anti-Semitism in Mid-Norway. And that is an educational program for teachers, school leaders, and employees in schools. We didn't have time to meet and greet beforehand, so a short moment for that now. Sebastian, if or when you're ready, could you tell us a little bit more about your work here at Falstad?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, perfect. So, thank you for inviting me as well. And as head of education, I'm head of education. No, so I thought what Siddharth said about energy, I just thought that was an interesting sort of quote, that energy is invisible, and we use it constantly, but we easily forget. And I'd apply the same thing for history. That history is used constantly, and we easily forget that it is used. And one of the tasks that we realize here at the Falstad Center yearly, every day almost, through education of secondary grade and primary school and high school students, is to make them reflect that history is constantly applied to their lives and to our lives, and particularly to our society. And it's an important task, I think. And we've been doing it now since 2006, and we are part of 7 different peace and human rights centers all across Norway. And it's clear that it's becoming an increasingly important task as well for not just policymakers and politicians, but we also see that a lot of schools are getting more and more in touch with us, particularly with certain issues that arise. For example, today I was just at Vuku, which is not far, about a 40-minute drive from here. Maybe some of you are from the area. And we discussed what sort of challenges their schools are working on, and what the kids see moving around on the internet, and what sort of challenges that they are facing. And we're trying our best to bring them into dialogue together with the children and the teachers and the parents. That's one of the examples of the work that we do here. Yeah.
Important work, and I like the link to the invisibility, as Siddharth also talked about. Lise, unfortunately, we're going to skip you for a little bit longer. I'm sorry, but I know we've looked at what constitutes a just Europe from different angles that you presented to us, and having you all here with the varied background and knowledge, we'd like to ask you yet another big and difficult question. So, how, from your perspective, is democracy and society affected by the current situation in Europe? And the current situation being what we've already talked about today, or it's been mentioned, It's, of course, the war in Ukraine. It's the aftermath of the COVID pandemic. It's the increasing cost of living, the inflation rate, energy deficiency, food security, poor living conditions and climate crisis. And we could go on. The list doesn't end, but we'll stop there. So I repeat the question, how is democracy and society affected by the current situation in Europe from your perspective? I'd like to start with Natalia, if that's okay.
Yeah, all right, thank you. So the many things I already said in my presentation, and I will not repeat them. But I think that if we talk about pandemic and the war in Ukraine, that shows that food is important, the most important, honestly. And instead of empowering the food producers, which we have to do, I think the situation happens is that they are struggling the most. Because of the high input prices, because of the difficult and economic financial situation, inflation and other things. And I don't want to put the blame on the transnational corporations and saying that these are those who still receive the major subsidies and major support from different institutions. And I know they also play an important role. International trade of food is also important. But what we see in terms of the empowering smallholders and small farmers and just family farmers, and it's also linked directly to empowering democracy. And my colleagues from the National Academy of Science of Ukraine did recently research to look how the size of the farm correlates to the level of democracy in a country. And they had different examples in different countries. And they found out that as larger the size of the farm as in a lower level of democracy. Because the small farmers, the family farmers, I mean the farms that are based on a family, they represent the diversity. They are actively participate in the civil life. They are in favor of bottom-up decision making and inclusiveness. Those principles for democratic management of their communities and of their countries as well. But the large farms, and again, I don't want to put all blame on the large farms, but they show that they often push forward their interests through lobbying the government. And this is maybe at least the most because it's the least harmful way to put their forward interest, because there are many examples of less legal ways as they do that by bribing the government, by putting their representatives into certain governmental positions. And when we talk about these bad things that's going on, we think about, no, it's somewhere else, it's not in Europe, no. But it's also happening here in Europe. And perhaps not in a scale that we can see in Argentina or in Ukraine or in other countries. But, for example, if we look at the common agriculture policy, let me talk about the EU, that the largest recipients of the subsidies are the transnational corporations. And even though it means to support all different kinds of farming, at the end result it supports the large business because they're larger. What I want to say is just my argument would be, you see from which school of thought I came. I came from those who support family farming. And in Norway, there are a lot of small farms, and the agriculture in Norway mostly represented by the small family businesses. But even they tend to go through the intensification of their production, industrialization, financialization of their system. You have to become a corporation, or at least corporate farm, in order to survive. And this perhaps the dangerous trend, not only in terms of the resilience of our system, but also in the democratic management.
Thank you. We'll get back to that a little later, but we'll continue now and just sum it up afterwards. So, Sebastian?
Yeah, difficult question. But it's trying to breaking it down a little bit. I think I'd like to focus our work as a Peace and Human Rights Center. We have a lot of international actors that we also work with. And we mentioned Poland here, and one of our main sort of partners internationally is the Polin, the Museum for the History of the European Jews, or Polish Jews, in Warsaw. And we've been working with them through EA grants the past 8 years. And I just think I'd like to start and say that it's been an incredibly sort of rewarding and important cooperation to work with colleagues in a country which is under pressure, really, with an institution that is under pressure as well. I think that is an incredibly important sort of value to bring up here, to just see what we've been doing on the floor, so to speak. And another example I'd like to pull out, and it might be more anecdotal, but we recently finished a project through Erasmus Plus called the Democratic Heritage, and we're finishing it this fall, but technically it's been done, and it's six countries, 7 different institutions, including the World Value Survey, of which you might know. And we've been working together, sharing best practices and creating a handbook. And it's, an easy, educative project in its framework, really. But what we've been doing is working with methodologies for migrants, newcomers, and refugees in various European contexts. And we started in 2019, and then COVID happened, and we couldn't travel, and we couldn't visit each other. And what we found, which was, alarming, of course, but also very interesting, is, of course, as society sort of stopped for a few years, especially the newcomers and migrants, they had barely any resources allocated to themselves for integration purposes. And so when we started traveling again, we met a lot of newcomers, refugees who'd been home alone, been sitting, inside. And the only sort of ventilators for them were these similar institutions as to ours: museums, cultural heritage sites, schools, universities, trying to sort of sort things out and give them some sense of value. And we had a visit in Murcia, in Spain, and it's just a really interesting story where an Afghani family, quite a large family from Afghanistan, had fled Taliban recruitment, and they were in Murcia, allocated there, and they were pretty much left on their own. And the University of Murcia had a program of which we cooperated with, and they took them to the church San Juan de Dios. And underneath, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Murcia, but underneath San Juan, there is an old mosque, right, from the 12th century, Almohad dynasty. And there's barely anything left. There's the old city walls, and there's barely anything left of this mosque. But there is a mihrab, right, the holiest of holies within the mosque, the ruin of a mihrab. And this Afghani family, together with the caretakers, custodians of the church and the university, they see this mihrab, and they didn't really realize that Spain had this Arab history stretching back, over 1,000 years. And for them, this really anchored that this was a catharsis of sorts for this family who'd been left on their own for quite some time. And they finally found some form of anchoring. And it's, this is part of the project, and we've been doing this with Belgium, Finland, Spain, Croatia, which is also very interesting, and Norway and Sweden as well. But this was just one of those stories I think I'd like to share, maybe in a panel where there's a lot of structure, just bringing in some of the human stories as well that that these European projects also bring to bear. I think that was quite sort of valuable. I could talk more about the project if you like, if you want to ask some questions. But yeah, I think that's mine.
Thank you so
Mine
much.
is really.
That was, yeah, I like that you brought together the European cooperation on this day. So that was a nice, so it seemed
Nice segue, isn't it?
yeah, it was a nice segue. So we're
Yeah.
going straight to Lise to continue this, and she's already started.
Well, thank you. In contrast to Sebastian, I'll be quite general, I think. We were asked how democracy and society is affected by the current situation in Europe. And I believe the current situation has led to a growing recognition of vulnerability. Because until recently, vulnerability in our part of the world was associated with those who fell outside the labor market or those who fled from war or global warming, untenable conditions. But with the pandemic, it became evident that we were all vulnerable to a greater or lesser extent, yes. But it was a situation where insecurity hit across social strata. And personally, I remember how very relieved I was when I came to this vaccine station at Sluppen in Trondheim to receive my first vaccine. It felt like a huge moment. I think, and now I'm probably repeating myself, but I think it's a point worth repeating. I think the handling of major societal challenges also have created great optimism, or at least reason for great optimism, because we have seen what it is possible to achieve through collaboration. The short time it took to produce a vaccine, the united and swift response to the attack on Ukraine. And I think, perhaps even more importantly, the current situation also shows that authoritarian regimes have much less to offer in the face of crisis than well-developed democracies have. I don't know much about China, but even I understand that their handling of the pandemic has been suboptimal. So my short answer to your very huge question is probably that the current situation has highlighted the importance of cooperation. But inspired by Sebastian, I would also like to mention one of the findings from a recent research project we did on ideas of democracy and the rule of law in Europe. I think this was one of the projects that came out of the then Commission President Barroso's point that the European Union needed a new narrative. Because the European Union has always, or across time, it has been presented in different ways, as a peace project, as a free market, as a democracy project, etc. And in the wake of the financial crisis, there was this awareness that we need a new story. We need to be able to explain to the citizens why we are doing this. And within this Reconnect project that we did, one of the teams they tried to find out what kind of narrative that would resonate the most with the citizens across Europe. And what they found was that the narrative that resonated the most was the one of solidarity. So I think it's hopeful, at least.
Thanks. We all need the hope.
Yep.
You know, the list I mentioned, it's looking a little bit bleak. Siddharth?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Democracy and society. I think that we hear more and more about that in energy social science, and it's not incidental. I think it's because we recognize increasingly that the masks are off, that the institutions that structure societal decision-making, those are often too rigid, too dysfunctional. And that's not to say we don't need systems, we need mechanisms to have a stable society and have ways to run things. But there's no system that isn't subject to being gamed. And we've had people not only get very good at gaming them, the gaming has been built into these systems. We've digitalized things, including our lives. You see people more like this than you did 5 years ago or 10 years ago or even 2 years ago. And that has had repercussions on how much you chat with somebody at a bus stop or while you're going down the street or even when you're sitting in the same same room, which means that our democratic systems are undermined by our lack of public discourse of something other than these echo chambers that are given to us through social media feeds. And this is not something new to anybody in this room, I'm sure. But what it means is that the institutions we have depended on to make decisions for the common good don't function for that. They're co-opted by people who are in positions to work for their lobbyists, to be able to take charge of entire countries and national budgets and put them into the hands of their masters who got them there by buying up those social media feeds, by buying up the whole damn company. And this also means that we can't really trust those mechanisms to do the job for us. We need to find different ways to engage people. Too often I see even our own academic institutions in this country turning to Silicon Valley companies and paying them to publicize our own events, which is a shame because then we're funneling money into a system that takes power away from us, not just sort of where we're sitting or working, but even from countries where we can control what happens with the way that data flows. Now, what does that have to do with energy? I'd argue that even what funds the whole flow of that data is only possible because of the kinds of subsidies we give to these large data transferring companies that run our digital infrastructures. And we give that on the backs of our land, taking away from farming or from conservation or from other purposes. And we give it without any taxes because these companies really don't even pay a fraction of a percent within Europe, forget Norway. And we give it all because we think this is what we need for our future, whereas what we're doing is going further and further away from a future that we fought for, that in the history of places like this is very evident to us. What was at stake was the good life, not some version of the good life that we were sold for a very high price. Until we solve that, we can't really solve something as basic as producing and consuming the electricity we need locally because we're not interested in that. We're interested in big things, taking over big land, letting big companies put up wind turbines. You know this from the news the last many months, and I've stood in Trondheim over the winter holidays in the square there with the protesters, with the Sami, on the Fosen case. We have arrived at a system where we don't have a separation of powers even in Norway, where our own government is not accountable to its own people. So I think as long as we don't take point of departure in this being the same conversation, society, democracy, energy transition, a Europe in change, other issues, then we're not going to solve the larger forces that structure our ways of organizing.
Thank you so much. That was interesting perspective, and I'm glad you bring that into debate as well. And as you said, we all recognize the situation with the wind turbines and the indigenous rights. We are still a little bit ahead of time after my timing, so we'll continue a little bit more. I see there are some questions coming in on Slido, so I think we're going to go to that. You can't see them, but I'll read them out to you. This one's from Natalia. Have you studied the scale of destruction of Ukrainian agriculture caused by aggression and regular bombing from Russia? And what tools and how long will it take to recover? And what specific steps are needed to restore the material, the land, the people?
It's a very broad question.
It is a very broad. We're all broad questions here today, so keep it to the theme.
And it's a very, very important question, of course. And the trade that is of grain is disturbed by the war significantly, but it's not only. There is a huge impact in terms of destructions. A lot of infrastructure is destroyed, and not only the storage and production facilities, but also roads and energy stations and so on that seriously affect the production in Ukraine. There is also environmental impact, and I will come to the causalities after that, but the environmental impact on the soil because of their bombardment. And it's not only the life-threatening to work in the fields, but also those heavy metals from the bombs and other military equipment destroy the soil, pollute the groundwaters. And there is a serious environmental impact. impact, and that's in the Ukrainian rich soils that are known as the most rich soil, is now, like in many areas, under the question how far we can produce there. Then also there was a mining. I think according to different statistics, up to 10% of Ukrainian farmlands were mined, and in the Ukrainian sapper brigades, working days and nights to demine it. So there's a lot of destructions. But despite all this, during the last year, all the land that was not under their active shooting and military actions was cultivated. So even more, there are some parts of the land that was not cultivated before cultivated. And the harvest was very impressive, even despite that. I think 20 or 30% of Ukrainian farmland now out of the production because of the war. Because of the climate conditions last year, the harvest was on the same level as the year before the war started. And what to do after, and in the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian civil society as well, together with business, they discussing the Ukrainian recovery and reconstruction plan that was also presented last year in Lugano in Switzerland. And there is different mechanisms that suggested, but of course, this requires a peace. And until the peace comes, and there are many of things that will not be able to be implemented. And also the government now is primarily focused on the fighting the war and winning the war instead of bringing different discussions together. So it's also perhaps worth to mention, and then I will not take more time, there's a serious reformation of the land markets taking place in Ukraine these days. For 20 years, there was a moratorium on land sales in Ukraine that the Zelensky government finally lifted up, and from 2021 it's possible to buy and sell land in Ukraine by individuals and not the companies. Companies will have the right to buy and sell land only in 2024. And there's a serious now discussion, because when the land market gets open in the summer 2021, as you see, a half year later, the war started, and the land register was frozen for some months, and it's now open. But of course, these land sales are not taking place as the reformers expected, and there's a lot of land owners are not in their homes. There's about 9 million people left in Ukraine. There's also even more internally displaced people. So there's a lot of also discussion and criticism from international organizations as an FAO of United Nations, and that we need to stop the reformations, stop land sales for the time of the war, because there's quite uncertainties going on. So, and but I went perhaps too far for that. But no. we can. I don't know who asked this question. We can talk during the break and further on it.
That's an invitation, so we'll probably take you up on that. But thank you so much. We have another question. That's this one's for Sebastian. What is the role for Falstad in the future, where any pictures or video can be artificially generated for propaganda purposes? And I'd like to add to that question, you have a lot of youths coming here, pupils. How do you, from your observations, how do they think around, democracy and civil society? What are their reflections on this? So again, just a short question.
And the first question was?
On the role of Falstad.
The role that we play?
Well, you can play when it comes to...
in relation to the digital propaganda and...
Yeah.
Social media.
Yeah.
Well, I can start by saying that we've started a policy that our education here on site is primarily analog. That is to say that we don't necessarily take away the smartphones from the youths that come here, but we do focus a lot more on analog methods. So we're working with right now, which you'll see the ones that you are here in this room. I'll show you around, but we're working primarily with engagement. Analog engagement within our educational concept, but dealing with this question on the use of social media and the propagation of social media. We know Andrew Tate, for example, is often mentioned nowadays, but that is also just a fad. Again, there's been several of these sort of fads. I've worked here for 8 years now, and we've seen sort of the rise of these different internet gurus, who have a subversive effect on young children. And it's not necessarily something that we, as teachers here, definitely judge in that sense. We don't sort of hinder any conversation or hinder any dialogue on the difficulties that this poses towards the youth, but we do engage with them on these questions. And I think that would answer the question that was asked as well. What do we do? What is our purpose? What is our role? That we engage, at least. Even though I say that we primarily work analog, yes, we do, but that doesn't mean that we necessarily don't engage with the topics and these individuals that are visible for our teenagers. And I think that's the most sort of important thing that we can do, is engaging with teens into subjects that are uncomfortable. Because it's very easy for schools, it's very easy for teachers, it's very easy for parents. It's maybe too easy to not engage with the uncomfortable nowadays. And I think we're building a culture, and it's not to say that we can't negate that culture or sort of create a different culture, but I think we've built a culture for the past 20 years or so where we sort of don't engage with the uncomfortable other that is around us. And we know what can happen, if we don't engage in dialogue, and if we do others whom we don't agree with. An example of a very, very sort of uncomfortable circumstance that was related to the internet and social media in 2019 here at Falstad was and at Stiklestad as well, I see they're represented here, was a propaganda by a neo-Nazi, a propaganda campaign by a neo-Nazi group, Nordisk Motstandsbevægelse, here in Trøndelag, where they sticker-bombed Stiklestad and Falstad, as well as Trondheim. And one of our monuments, they put a sticker up on the monument. And instead of censoring it, we engaged with that. The day after it happened, or the week after it happened, we engaged with the children and the teenagers coming to the memorial site where a neo-Nazi propaganda sticker bomb had, they placed stickers on the monuments, and we talked to them about what is allowed. Where do we set the borders for our democracy or for free speech? And in Norway, compared to Germany, for example, we allow this. It is not necessarily yet, as of yet, defined as a hate crime, right? But in Germany it is. And so we've already, past years, we've been talking to the children coming here, and we show them the remnants of the sticker. It's still there. You can see it if you go up to the woods. We're still using that as a platform for engagement. But I think that is one of the answers, at least, to the question.
Yeah, that is one of the answers. And I think we're going to wrap up. I'd like to end on this note with the students coming here and you engaging and having the dialogue, and that's the dialogue we're looking for when debating or talking about a just Europe and what that entails. I wish I had more time to ask Lise and see that more questions, but they're going to be around for lunch, and I think we're going to invite everyone to talk to you during the lunch or grab you outside. Thank you so much for these presentations and your insights and thoughts, valuable contribution to the discussion. I said at the beginning we probably wouldn't have found the final answer, and we're right, but we have gained lots of new perspectives and knowledge on my part at least. So I look forward to just continuing this conversation, both here and at home and in general. Round of applause for Natalia, Siddharth, Lise and Sebastian. And I believe there will be chocolate distributed from Harvard here.
I just also want to say a big applause to Kaja as well. This has been excellent, Kaja. Thank you. Veldig bra. Ja, du har fått. Ja. Da får du 2. Du får dele med studenter. Og kjære Kaja. Veldig bra. Da det lunsj. Sorry, it's time for lunch. And we are back here in 1 hour to discuss research and Horizon Europe. But please go ahead and enjoy the lunch. Yes, velkommen tilbake alle sammen etter en god lunsj her på Falstad-senteret. Jeg synes selv at vi har hatt en veldig fin dag så langt. Store tema, kanskje vanskelig å se hvordan ting henger sammen hele tiden. Men vi har hatt dyktige innledere og dyktige moderator som har huset oss trygt i havn så langt. Nå skal vi være litt mer konkret, litt mer ned i detaljer. Og vi skal gå inn på en sesjon som omhandler forskning og innovasjon, og vi skal rette fokuset særlig på Horisont Europa, som verdens største forsknings- og innovasjonsprogram, hvor Trøndelag som region gjør det veldig godt, hvor Sintef og NTNU de største aktørene i Norge med å hente tilbake midler, som veldig viktig og bra for regionen vår. Og hvor vi som region faktisk har vært oppe på hele 15. plass av EUs 240 regioner på det internasjonale innovasjonsscoreboardet. Det var i 2015, og det egentlig ganske imponerende. Så vi har all mulig grunn til å være stolt over det, i tillegg til at vi kan fortsette å kjøre på med flere søknader i forsknings- og innovasjonsprogrammet. Første innleder i dag Anette Askedal. Hun seniorrådgiver i Norges forskningsråd og jobber som nasjonalt kontaktpunkt, NCP, og ekspert i programkomiteen for Klynge 2, som går på kultur, kreativitet og inkluderende samfunn i Horisont Europa. Anette, vær så god.
Tusen hjertelig takk, og tusen takk for at jeg fikk lov å komme. Det har vært utrolig spennende å følge programmet så langt, og jeg veldig glad for å kunne få lov til å være en del av programmet. Nå introduserte jeg meg, men jeg kan jo si at mitt navn Anette Askedal, jobber i Forskningsrådet, og det som heter Nasjonal kontaktpunkt for Klynge 2 i Horisont Europa. Og så har jeg forstått det sånn at det litt ulike grader av kunnskap om Horisont Europa, så vi begynner med det grunnleggende før vi går mer i detaljer på hva Horisont Europa og hva kanskje da spesifikt Klynge 2 Horisont Europa EUs 9. rammeprogram for forskning og innovasjon. Programmet startet opp i 2021, og avsluttes i 2027. Horisont Europa ikke mindre enn verdens største forskningsprogram, med et budsjett på 95,5 milliarder euro. Så her det utrolig mye penger i potten for de som interessert i å søke om midler. Horisont Europa bygger i stor grad videre på det foregående rammeprogrammet, som kanskje noen av dere kjenner til, Horisont 2020. Men Horisont Europa legger da enda mer vekt på at forskning og innovasjon skal komme samfunnet til gode, og skal løse store samfunnsutfordringer som vi står overfor. Impact et veldig vesentlig stikkord når vi kommer til Horisont Europa. Den norske regjeringen, forrige regjering, fulgte opp lanseringen av Horisont Europa med en egen strategi for Norges deltakelse i programmet. Og sammen med langtidsplanen for forskning og høyere utdanning så legger denne strategien grunnlaget for å styrke norsk forskning og innovasjon. Ambisjonen blant annet å øke norsk deltakelse i Horisont Europa sammenlignet med tidligere rammeprogram. Så langt gjør Norge det veldig bra. Kartet kjenner kanskje noen av dere til, og jeg har glemt å klikke, ja. Beklager det. Her strategien, og her kartet. For de som ikke kjenner dere igjen her, så det kanskje litt forvirrende ved første øyekast, men Horisont Europa da delt inn i det som kalles 3 søyler. Du har en søyle for fremragende forskning, hvor man kan søke finansiering til banebrytende, nysgjerrighetsdrevne forskning. Her finner du blant annet ERC og utlysninger til forskningsinfrastruktur. I søyle 2, globale utfordringer og konkurransedyktig næringsliv, ligger mer enn halvparten av budsjettet for Horisont Europa, altså 53,5 milliarder euro, store summer. Og her vil det finansieres forskning og innovasjon til prosjekter der akademia, næringsliv og offentlige aktører samarbeider for å løse definerte samfunnsutfordringer som spesifisert i det man kaller arbeidsprogrammet. Her finner man da klynge 2, som ringer rundt rødt her, kultur, kreativitet og inkluderende samfunn, som en av i alt 6 tematiske klynger. Klynge 2 har et budsjett på 2,3 milliarder euro. I søyle 3, innovativt Europa, målet å finansiere banebrytende og innovative teknologier med potensial for kommersialisering. Mens søyle 1 og søyle 3 såkalt bottom-up-forskning og har ingen tematiske føringer, så søyle 2 det motsatte. Her det top-down, hvor definerte prioriteringer skal virkeliggjøres. Og som sagt, et stikkord her impact. Nå må jeg komme tilbake igjen til snart. Det da denne midterste søylen som vi skal konsentrere oss om videre. Husk å klikke. Yes, kommisjonens hovedprioriteringer. Nevnt så legger Horisont Europa vekt på at forskning og innovasjon som skal komme ut av rammeprogrammet skal bidra til å løse de store samfunnsutfordringene. Og EU-kommisjonen har definert 6 hovedprioriteringer som Horisont Europa skal støtte opp under. Det handler om grønn omstilling. Det handler om å styrke økonomien og skape bedre sosial og økonomisk rettferdighet. Det handler om å gripe muligheten som kommer fra digitalisering, fremme europeiske verdier, styrke Europas posisjon i verden og skape en ny giv for europeisk demokrati, noe som spesielt sentralt her i dag. Klynge 2, som jeg skal snakke litt mer nærmere om senere, den griper inn i mange samfunnsmessige utfordringer og relevant for alle disse prioriteringene fra kommisjonen. Yes. Når man snakker om en utlysning under søyle 2, global utfordring og konkurransedyktig næringsliv, så bør man være klar over sammenhengen mellom EUs hovedprioriteringer, som jeg nettopp viste dere, utlysningen som man finner i arbeidsprogrammene, og resultatet av prosjektene som blir finansiert. Som sirkelen viser, legger EUs hovedprioriteringer grunnlaget for arbeidsprogrammene for hver klynge, og i arbeidsprogrammene blir ulike utlysninger definert som igjen spesifiserer ulike delutlysninger, topics. Og de finansierte prosjektene skal samlet sett resultere i definerte virkninger og effekter, altså impact, som igjen med på å realisere kommisjonens prioriteringer. Med andre ord, alt du gjør i et prosjekt under pilar 2 skal lede mot en bestemt effekt, eller impact. Når vi snakker med miljøer som interessert i å søke på utlysning i Horisont Europa, understreker vi alltid viktigheten av å inkludere såkalt impact-partnere i prosjektet. Dette partnere som bidrar til å sikre at forskning har relevans og oppnår en konkret effekt i samfunnet. Bedrifter, organisasjoner, offentlige aktører, som for eksempelvis kommuner og fylkeskommuner, kan være eksempler på gode impact-partnere. Impact også et av vurderingskriteriene av søknad til Horisont Europa. Og dette avsnittet som er hentet fra en vurdering av impact i en søknad, er et eksempel på en god involvering av en impact-partnere. The proposal's pathway to achieve the expected outcomes and impact are very credible, particularly extensive and meaningful involvement of regional actors. Da har vi kommet til klynge 2. Kultur, kreativitet og inkluderende samfunn, som jeg jobber som NCP for. Jeg skal si litt kort om klynge 2 før jeg går gjennom utlysningen som kommer i 2024 og trekker frem et par av dem. Klynge 2 hadde også utlysning i 2023, i mars 2023, Og så vil det komme et nytt arbeidsprogram etter hvert, og det vil kun være for 25. Men utlysning i 24 er fristet neste år i februar. Klynge 2, kultur, kreativitet og inkluderende samfunn, befinner seg som sagt under pilar 2 i Horisont Europa, og er delt inn i 3 brede områder, destinasjoner som det også blir kalt, som er sammenkoblet. Du har demokrati og styring, du har kulturer, kulturell og kreativ næring, og sosiale og økonomiske transformasjoner. Jeg skal komme nærmere inn på hva som ligger under hver av disse overskriftene når jeg viser dere utlysningen i nåværende arbeidsprogrammet for Klynge 2. Verdt å merke seg imidlertid at Klynge 2 er særlig rettet mot å mobilisere flerfaglig ekspertise innenfor samfunnsvitenskap og humaniora. Når det er sagt, er det viktig å understreke at samfunnsvitenskap og humaniora også har en plass innenfor andre deler av rammeprogrammet til Horisont Europa. Horisont Europa legger nemlig enda større grad enn tidligere vekt på å integrere samfunnsvitenskap og humaniora i hele rammeprogrammet, såkalt SSH-integrering, altså Social Science and Humanities-integrering. Det første området er destinasjonen under Klynge 2, demokrati og styring. Det har mange underpunkter som det skal bidra, eller disse utlysningene skal bidra til. Det er kunnskap for å styrke demokratisk styring og forbedre tilliten til demokratiske institusjoner, skal sikre grunnleggende rettigheter til å styrke aktivt og inkluderende statsborgerskap, øke troverdighet til institusjoner og politikk, utvikle anbefalinger for å beskytte frihet, rettsstat og skjerme demokrati mot trusler, styrke politisk deltakelse, sosial dialog og sosial inkludering, samfunnsengasjement og likestilling, og sist, men ikke minst, mobilisere samfunnsvitenskapelig og humanistisk kompetanse for å analysere og svare på konsekvensene av Russlands invasjon av Ukraina. Da er det kommet til utlysninger, veldig smått. Jeg forventer ikke at dere ser alle disse. Og jeg kommer heller ikke til å gå gjennom de i detalj, men det er mest for å vise at i 24 så kommer det 12 delutlysninger under den hovedutlysningen som heter Past, Present and Future of Democracies. Her finner man utlysninger som blant annet handler om protestpolitikk og opposisjonskulturer, det er kjønnsrolle i ekstremistiske bevegelser, demokratisk deltakelse i et multikulturelt og flerspråklig samfunn. De fleste utlysninger her finansierer rundt 3 prosjekter, med ramme på rundt 3 millioner euro per prosjekt. Og de fleste utlysningene har søknadstype RIA, som er Research and Innovation Action, som er samarbeidsprosjekter med forskningsfokus. Så det er ganske forskningstunge prosjekter, men det er samarbeidsprosjekter. Jeg har plukket ut noen utlysninger. Her har det en som heter Multilevel Governance in Time of Digital and Climate Transition. Denne utlysningen etterspør prosjektet som skal se på flernivåstyring i en tid med endringer knyttet til digitalisering og klimaendring og tilpasning. Prosjektet som får finansiering skal blant annet bidra til å fremme internasjonalt samarbeid og gi en bedre forståelse av hvordan lokalt, regionalt og internasjonal styring interagerer. Så her er det mulighet for samarbeid på flere nivåer. Den neste heter da Digital Democracy. I denne utlysningen skal prosjektene bidra til å informere investeringsbeslutninger på ulike myndighetsnivåer. De kan være knyttet til å kartlegge fremtidige trender, deltakelse kultur, og hvordan man kan utvikle strategier for å bygge mer inkluderende, offentlige, digitale tjenester i Europa. Prosjektene oppfordres til å involvere offentlig administrasjon i prosjektene. Det neste under demokratidelen i Klynge 2 som jeg tenkte å vise dere var dette, som heter Testing and Implementation of Research Result Fostering Democracy and Government. Denne utlysningen etterspør prosjektet som kan teste ut og implementere forskningsresultater for å fremme demokrati og styring. Offentlige aktører blant aktørene de ønsker skal bidra i testingen. Politikkutformere på ulike nivåer spesifikt nevnt som aktører utlysningen ønsker skal bidra inn i prosjektene. I motsetning til de andre utlysningene under demokrati og styring i 24, så har denne utlysningen søknadstypen CSA, Coordination and Support Actions, og det finansiering av koordinering og nettverksutvikling for forskning og innovasjon. Da har vi kommet til det andre området under klynge 2, som kulturarv, kulturell og kreativ næring. Utlysningen her ment til å bidra til å fremme bedre tilgang til og øke engasjementet for kulturarv, bedre beskyttelsen av og restaureringen av kulturarv, skape jobber og støtte bærekraftig vekst for de kulturelle og kreative næringene, og etablere et digitalt samarbeidsrom for europeisk kulturarv. Mye færre utlysninger som dere ser i 24. Utlysningen under denne destinasjonen vil støtte og styrke europeisk kulturarv og kulturell og kreativ næring, særlig innenfor 3 områder som de har valgt å kalle Green, Digital og Innovative. Der er de 3 fargene i tabellen. Det var flere utlysninger på dette området i 23, sammenlignet med 24. De fleste utlysninger på dette feltet var i 23. Men en av utlysningene under denne destinasjonen handler om å utnytte den digitale overgangen for en konkurransedyktig europeisk kulturell og kreativ næringer. Mens en annen utlysning handler om å styrke det europeiske språkmangfoldet i en globalisert verden, med særlig fokus på truede språk i Europa. Og da tenker jeg jo automatisk på samiske språk. Absolutt vært relevant her. De fleste utlysninger i 2024 på dette området IA, Innovation Actions, noe som egentlig ikke så vanlig under klynge 2. Innovation Actions markedsnære prosjekter med innovasjonsfokus. Prosjektene skal frembringe nye, endrede eller forbedrede produkter eller tjenester. Et eksempel på det denne utlysningen Europe's Culture, Heritage and Arts, Promoting Our Values at Home and Abroad. Denne utlysningen handler om å øke synligheten av og tilgangen til europeisk kunst og kultur internasjonalt. Prosjektet skal blant annet utvikle og teste pilotløsninger som legger til rette for samarbeid mellom lokalt, nasjonalt og europeiske nivå, og etablere strategiske allianser mellom kunst- og kultursektor samt andre sektorer. Når vi under dette området i klynge 2, så det viktig å nevne at kommisjonen har en stor satsning som faller inn under denne destinasjonen. I september 2023 og 2024 så kommer det en rekke utlysninger rettet mot utviklingen av en skyplattform for europeiske kulturarvinstitusjoner. European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage, som de har valgt å kalle ECCCH. Og målet her å styrke samarbeidet mellom kulturminneinstitusjoner, utvide tilgangen for innbyggere og styrke forskningen på kulturarvfeltet. ECCCH skal være relevant for hele bredden av aktører innenfor kulturarvfeltet. Utlysningen i 24 fortsatt under utarbeiding, og endelig frist ikke satt her, men det vil trolig komme flere utlysninger knyttet til oppbyggingen av denne infrastrukturen i årene som kommer. Det har blitt avholdt en stakeholder-undersøkelse knyttet til utviklingen av ECCCH, hvor en rekke aktører deltok, blant annet flere norske aktører har deltatt her. Det siste området, eller destinasjonen under klynge 2, heter da sosiale og økonomiske transformasjoner. Det et område som favnes svært bredt. Utlysningen skal her bidra til en omfattende europeisk strategi for inkluderende vekst, EUs migrasjons- og mobilitetspolitikk, og utgivende sosiale, økonomiske og politiske ulikheter, og fremme integrering og rettferdige digitale og grønne overganger. Igjen veldig lite, men i 24 så det 11 delutlysninger under hovedutlysning som de har valgt å kalle Sustainable Future for Europe. Her finner man delutlysninger som blant annet omhandler sosioøkonomiske konsekvenser av ensomhet i Europa, kunst- og kulturbevissthet i utdanning og opplæring, sosiale tjenester i lys av økonomisk og sosial avkastning og verdiskapning. De fleste utlysningene finansierer rundt 3 prosjekter med en ramme på rundt 3 millioner euro per prosjekt, og de fleste av søknadstypen RIA, som Research and Innovation Action, altså samarbeidsprosjekter med forskningsfokus. Et eksempel på en slik utlysning denne, som heter Strengthening Economic Fairness and Resilience of Active Labor Market Policies and Address High Unemployment. EU-kommisjonen mener det behov for mer forskning for å kartlegge de ulike typene aktiv arbeidsmarkedspolitikk som medlemsstatene har vedtatt. Særlig når det gjelder kompetanseutvikling i økonomiske nedgangstider og deres effekter på mennesker som står overfor økonomiske utfordringer. Prosjektene bør fokusere på hvordan aktivt arbeidsmarkedspolitikk kan styrkes for å gi økonomisk rettferdighet og robusthet. Det neste, minimize costs and maximize benefits of job creation and job destruction. Denne utlysningen etterspør kunnskap om hvordan vi best kan omdisponere arbeidskraft innenfor og på tvers av sektorer for å sikre at flest mulig kan jobbe i det nye arbeidslivet. Hvordan omskalere eldre arbeidstakere og ufaglærte arbeidere for å sikre en god overgang til det nye arbeidsmarkedet. En siste utlysning som jeg vil trekke frem den som heter Effective Education and Labor Market Transitions of Young People. Denne utlysningen skal analysere overgangen mellom utdanningsnivå og mellom utdanning, opplæring og arbeidsmarked. Målet å forbedre kunnskapsgrunnlaget for politiske beslutninger ved å ta opp flere sammenhengende forskningsspørsmål. For eksempel, hva avgjørende for deltakelse og fullføringsgrad i videregående og høyere utdanning, og hvordan utvikler disse trendene seg i post-covid-tilværelsen. Det var utlysningene som kommer, men hvordan komme i gang? Og det jo kanskje mange som har noe erfaring her. Men vi har en del sånne har en del stikkord som jeg vil gi dere. Det ene jo å bygge nettverk. Først og fremst bruke de nettverkene dere allerede har, både internasjonale og nasjonale nettverk. På fylkeskommunenivå kan det være lurt å knytte seg mot en forskningsinstitusjon og høre hva de har på gang, og si at man interessert i å være med. Og det gjelder også mindre museum og større museum for den saks skyld. Meld dere inn i KOST-nettverk. KOST et europeisk forsknings- og teknologisamarbeid som åpen for deltakere fra alle sektorer og fag, og formålet å bygge nettverk gjennom å løse en felles problemstilling. Delta på nettverksarrangement, eller det man kaller brokerage events. Før hver utlysningsfrist arrangerer kommisjonen gjerne såkalt brokerage events, eller minglingsmøte, hvor du kan møte potensielle samarbeidspartnere som interessert i samme utlysning som du. Tidligere har disse vært fysiske, men nå i det siste i hvert fall har de fleste vært digitale. Bruk Cordis. Cordis kommisjonens prosjektdatabase, hvor du finner oversikt over alle EU-finansierte prosjekter. Og dette kan være nyttig både for å få en oversikt over relevante samarbeidspartnere, men også for å få en oversikt over hva slags prosjekter som finnes på et felt fra tidligere. Det kan være en fordel å bygge videre på andre prosjekters resultater i en søknad. Få en oversikt over utlysningene, det kanskje selvsagt, men det 2 måter å gjøre det på. Det å snakke om disse arbeidsprogrammene som finnes for hver av klyngene. Utlysningene, når de publisert og endelig, så skjer det få endringer, men det kan skje endringer, så det også lurt å sjekke denne Funding and Tenders Portal for å sjekke at man har siste oppdaterte versjon av utlysningen. Ja, være bevisst på hvilken rolle man skal ta. Det mange roller man kan ta i et EU-prosjekt. Alt fra å lede prosjektet som koordinator, eller være arbeidspakkeleder, eller partner i et prosjekt. EU-prosjektene krevende. De krevende i søknadsprosessen, og de krevende i gjennomføringa. Det derfor lurt å tenke på hvilken rolle det realistisk å ta. Og en tommelfingerregel at man ikke bør ta på seg koordinatorrollen av et prosjekt før man har hatt flere runder med erfaring fra et EU-prosjekt. Hvordan bygge et konsortium, eller hva et konsortium bør ha balansert geografisk representasjon og komplementaritet mellom type institusjon og ekspertise. Det bør være en viss bredde. Og nettopp det med impact-partner, det å involvere bedrifter, offentlige aktører eller organisasjoner for å få best mulig impact lurt. Og også lurt å ha med partnere med erfaring fra relevante i prosjektet inn i konsortiumet. Litt forskningsrådreklame. Forskningsrådet tilbyr jevnlig en rekke kurs, både for nybegynnere og de som drevne søkere. Og kursen blir holdt av eksterne foredragsholdere med mye erfaring. Dette eksempler bare på kurs som blir holdt nå i mai, så det utrolig mange kurs å velge i, og de går kontinuerlig, både digitalt og fysisk. De fleste vel digitale. Men som evaluator, hvis du forsker, så jo det et tips vi ofte gir. Å være ekspert eller evaluator gir en unik forståelse av hvordan en suksessfull søknad til EUs rammeprogram bør skrives. Og jobben som evaluator gir inngående kunnskap om hvordan prosjektforslag bør utformes og argumenteres for. Det gir også verdifull innsikt i hvordan suksessfull søknad relateres til både europeisk politikk, prioriteringer og evalueringskriterier. Så det et absolutt tips. Og igjen Forskningsrådet. Forskningsrådet tilbyr økonomisk støtte gjennom såkalte PES-midler. Og de kan dekke kostnader til reise, deltakelse på virtuelle og fysiske møteplasser, og til posisjonering og utarbeidelse av prosjektforslag. Så det et tips å sjekke ut det. Så et lokalt tips. Det finnes ulike EU-nettverk rundt om i landet, men det å bruke EU-nettverk Horisont Trøndelag vil jeg absolutt anbefale. Og det som du sier, det har hatt veldig god suksess, og det veldig flinke på dette, så gå absolutt lokalt. Men der kan også gå til Forskningsrådet. Dette da min gode kollega Siv Haugan, som jobber som NCP på Klynge 2. Og vi har utrolig mange fine folk utover Klynge 2 også, som jobber som NCP på ulike deler av Horisont Europa, som veldig ivrig til å hjelpe. Så det bare å strekke ut en hånd og spørre. Så det var vel det siste fra meg.
Tusen takk, Annette. Veldig fint med en gjennomgang av både Horisont Europa og utlysninger. Vi ser jo at det en del ting her som kan treffe oss. Rekker vi noen spørsmål til deg? Går det bra? Ja? Aller først, det noen i salen som har noen spørsmål eller kommentarer som dere ønsker? Hvis ikke, så har jeg lyst til å starte litt. Når bør man ta kontakt med en NCP?
Så tidlig som mulig, når du har tanker og planer. Vi får bli kontaktet av de som har et konsortium på plass og egentlig bare har et par spørsmål til utlysninger. Til de som aldri har søkt Horisont Europa, men har veldig lyst. Så det egentlig når som helst. Men går dere med tanke og har mye spørsmål, så det bare å egentlig ta kontakt. Vi synes det veldig morsomt å høre om hva som rører seg der ute.
Du nevnte jo også at det å finne sin rolle i et konsortium og tenke på hva man skal bidra med, nyttig, og det tror jeg også er fornuftig. Og så nevner du også det å koble opp offentlig sektor og ha en bredde og stor tilknytning til regionale aktører. Som fylkeskommune, som kommune, som museum og så videre. Hvordan kan man knekke den koden og komme seg inn i konsortium og være med på den store festen, tenker du?
Jeg tror at man først, hvis man kommune eller fylkeskommune som et eksempel, så tror jeg man bør tenke først og fremst nasjonalt, at man ser på forskningsmiljøet i sitt nærområde og knytte kontakt der. Og hvis de i gang med en søknad som kommunen eller fylkeskommunen eller andre tenker at det relevant for de, så jo det en god vei å gå. Men det jo også noen regionskontakter rundt forbi som kanskje også kan være med å hjelpe inn. Og så vi i Forskningsrådet kan også bistå ved å si at ja, men vi vet om noen forskningsmiljøer som interessert i den utlysningen og kan koble. Det skjer dessverre ikke så ofte, men det absolutt en mulighet. Ja.
Hva slags type spørsmål får dere mest av som NCB?
Nei, jeg tror ikke det noe som topper lista. Det alt for veldig detaljerte inn i utlysningen type spørsmål, som til hva horisont til Europa, og hvordan får vi penger.
Ja. Gi meg penger, det alt jeg trenger. Har dere fortsatt, jeg skal gi meg med revolverintervju her, men har dere fortsatt digitale kaféer, også innenfor deres
Det har vi, og det har nok ligget litt dødt, fordi det har vært mye som har skjedd i Forskningsrådet i det siste. Men ja, absolutt, og vi har en som kommer om ikke så lenge, hvor ISF deltaker og vil snakke om sine erfaringer i sånt Europa. Så hvis man følger nyhetsbrevet til Forskningsrådet, så vil det av og til dukke opp sånne Horisont Europa-nyheter, hvor disse kaféene blir tilbudt.
Veldig bra. Det noen spørsmål eller kommentarer fra salen? Ja? Vent litt, så skal du få en mikrofon.
Hei, Katrina Rønningen fra Ruralis. Vi bare diskuterer her om norske, eller fra norske institusjoner kan søke om European Research Grant.
Altså ERC?
Ja, norske institusjoner kan søke ERC.
Ja, eller enkeltpersoner.
Ja, det jo norske forskningsinstitusjoner. Det jo enkeltforskere som gjerne søker ERC. Ja.
ERC. Ja, vi har et par ERC. Så det lønner seg å få Tore inn i styret. For da vinner de Nobelpris. Sånt, ja. Yes, Kristoffer.
Ja, jeg så frekk å stille spørsmål selv også. Så litt inn og ut, så kan jeg allerede touche litt innom det. Men i Trøndelag, mange av de toneangivende aktørene som vi har nevnt tidligere, om det NTNU, om det Sintef, det veldig mye teknologi. Og den tematikken her jo noe vi ikke nødvendigvis assosierer med teknologi, selv om man selvfølgelig kommer inn på det gjennom det digitale og sånt, men det mye muligheter for synergier mellom det mer typiske samfunnsfaglige, kulturelle, kreative, og da opp mot de toneangivende aktørene vi har i Trøndelag på forskning- og innovasjonssiden?
Det vil jeg jo si ja til. Når kommisjonen jobber veldig med å få HUMSAM inn i resten av programmet, som har vært lite av tidligere, fremdeles lite av, og en måte de gjør det på å flagge SSH, som de sier, Social Science and Humanities, i typiske STEM forskningsutlysninger, fordi de mener at det veldig viktig å koble dette mot samfunnet. Så det noe kommisjonen veldig opptatt av, og vi i Klynge 2 jobber også veldig mye med det, og prøver å se hvor samfunnsvitenskap og humaniora kan komme inn, hvor man kanskje ikke naturlig tenker at de hører hjemme.
Takk. Tusen hjertelig takk, Annette. Du får jo selvsagt ikke lov til å gå uten å få med en liten oppmerksomhet.
Tusen hjertelig.
Tusen takk. Yes. Dessverre så har neste innleder Sigrid Sivertsen Haugan blitt syk og meldt forfall. Heldigvis har hun rigget seg om og fått ordnet det med en løsning. Og vi har en veldig sporty innleder her, Ingeborg Lundgaard Kjærstad, som har tatt nattoget fra Oslo for å komme hit i dag og presentere til oss om Erasmus+. Og hun er rådgiver i Erasmus+ og Aktiv Ungdom. Så Ingeborg, tusen hjertelig takk for at du er så sporty å hive deg rundt og komme hit. Det setter vi veldig stor pris på. Og vær så god til å komme hit. Og så merk også at hun har en liten stand ute i Vrimle-arealet. Så ta gjerne kontakt med Ingeborg i etterkant også. Vær så god.
Takk. Jeg tror... Ja, den funker. Ja, så bra. Ok, spiss ørene de neste 15 minuttene hvis dere er interessert i penger, apropos forrige presentasjon. Hvis du jobber på et fredssenter, eller hvis du jobber i en kommune eller fylkeskommune, eller hvis du jobber på et universitet, eller en organisasjon eller stiftelse, litt nøye etter de neste 15 minuttene. For jeg skal snakke om hva Erasmus pluss ungdom er, og hvorfor det er viktig for demokratiet. Og som sagt heter jeg Ingeborg Kjærstad, og Erasmus pluss ungdom det er en avdeling i Barne-, ungdoms- og familiedirektoratet, som da holder til i Oslo. Så jeg skal snakke om ungdomsdelen av Erasmus+. Erasmus+-programmet er verdens største program for utdanning og ungdom. Vi hørte nettopp fra verdens største forskningsprogram. Dette er det største programmet for utdanning og ungdom. Og hvert år så får opp mot 800 000 personer mulighet til å delta i utdannings- og ungdomsprosjekter. Og med et totalbudsjett på 28,8 milliarder euro, så er fordelt over 7 år, 2021 til 2027, så er dette en betydelig investering i EU-landene. Men spørsmålet er da, hva er det egentlig investeres i, og hvordan har dette noe med demokrati å gjøre? Historien til Erasmus Plus bygger på EU sin historie. Det ligger en grunnleggende tro i bunn på at når land og folk møtes, blir kjent, handler med hverandre, omgås, så minimerer det risikoen for konflikt. Og ved å legge til rette for at den oppvoksende EU-generasjonen, eller generasjonen i EU og nabolandene til EU, som vi pleier å si, og at de kan dra på utvekslinger eller være med på ungdomsprosjekter på tvers av landegrenser, så tenker vi at i det lange løp så vil dette skape generasjoner av europeere som er mer tolerante, mer åpne for nye ideer, nye perspektiver, og en sterkere tro på de felles europeiske verdiene vi deler i Europa. Så fra sin spede begynnelse på 80-tallet har programmet vokst og utviklet seg, og over 10 millioner europeere har hatt en eller annen tilknytning til Erasmus+. Ungdomsdelen av Erasmus+ er fundert i et demokratisk verdisett, hvor inkludering og mangfold og menneskerettigheter er kjerneverdier. Så prosjekter som får støtte fra Erasmus+, har disse verdiene bakt inn på en eller annen måte. Og det resulterer ofte i at prosjekter har en tematikk hvor ungdom selv utforsker og utfordrer sitt verdisyn og sine holdninger i fellesskap med ungdommer fra andre land. Og ut av dette kommer det ofte mer reflekterte ungdommer med høyere grad av toleranse og kunnskap, og dette har vi forskning som er med på å vise. Fordi forskning viser at Erasmus Plus funker. Vi er med i et forskningsnettverk som vi pleier å kalle for RAY. Det står for Research-Based Analysis of Youth in Action. Og det er et nettverk som gjør forskning på prosjekter som får støtte fra ungdomsdelen av Erasmus+. De spør deltakere hva har du lært, hva har du opplevd. Og det de har funnet ut av blant annet at de som har deltatt, de sier at deltakere svarer at de har blitt bedre til å komme overens med mennesker som snakker et annet språk, bedre til å kommunisere med mennesker som har en annen kulturell bakgrunn, eller bedre til å forhandle frem felles løsninger. Og så viser det at det øker motivasjon for videreutdanning, så det motsatte av at man faller på utsiden av samfunnet, eller faller ut av skoleløpet. Det styrker evnen til å føle at man føler seg trygg på å fremme sine egne standpunkter, eller snakke foran en forsamling. Og dette bare noe av det som det viser. Det viser veldig mye at de som deltakere i Erasmus Plus-prosjekter, de lærer kanskje noe om andre, og så lærer de kanskje først og fremst noe om seg selv. Og de kjenner mestring. Og jeg tok også med på den nettsiden til Ray, så har de noen sånne fakta som rullerer og går på forsiden der. Og det som det var i går, var for eksempel at deltakere setter mer pris på kulturelt mangfold enn før de deltok i prosjektet. De interessert i å bidra til utvikling av politikk og ungdomspolitikk. Og de føler seg mer europeiske. Så det masse sånne gode fakta som dette forskningssamarbeidet finner frem til. Og et helt sentralt funn som gjennomgående i denne forskningen at Erasmus Plus funker, og det funker ekstra godt på ungdom som en del av en marginalisert gruppe, eller som på ulike måter møter hindre for deltakelse, som kanskje ikke vanligvis ville deltatt i et prosjekt, fordi de ikke hadde muligheten til det. Det gir enda større effekt for de ungdommene. Ideen om felles løsninger på felles utfordringer grunnleggende i det europeiske fellesskapet. Og vi som jobber med Erasmus Plus ungdom, vi så heldige at vi en del av et stort nettverk i Europa med kolleger som jobber med det samme som oss. Så det finnes en Erasmus Plus ungdom i Spania og Portugal og Sverige og Polen. Og dette nettverket jobber sammen for å forme programmet etter de behovene som vi ser i våre land. Og vi henter igjen innspill fra de som jobber direkte med ungdom, fra ungdomsfeltet. Og så tar vi det med i nettverket, og så jobber vi sammen om hvordan vi kan bidra til å løse de utfordringene som kommer opp. For eksempel så var det flere land, blant annet Norge, som ønsket mer kompetanse på hvordan man snakker med unge om psykisk helse. Og da slo Erasmus Plus ungdomskontorene seg sammen og lagde en kursrekke med hvordan man som ungdomsarbeider kan snakke med unge om psykisk helse og få mer kompetanse på det området. Eller for eksempel for rundt 8 år siden så begynte man å se mer populisme og høyrevridning og mer toppstyring og mindre ungdomsinvolvering i Europa. Og da har dette Erasmus Plus-nettverket utviklet en verktøykasse og en kursrekke for å styrke ungdomsmedvirkning på lokalt nivå. Så folk som jobber på kommunenivå i Norge kan få tilgang til spesifikke verktøy om hvordan man får mer ungdomsmedvirkning i sin kommune. Og så det samme kan de i de andre europeiske landene. Og et eksempel på hvordan vi fant en felles løsning på en felles utfordring for noen år siden, hvor det kom inn en søknad til et prosjekt i Polen. Det skulle være et ungdomsprosjekt for skeive ungdommer, og polske myndigheter foreslo å avslå den søknaden, mens Erasmus Plus-nettverket måtte da finne løsninger for å innvilge den søknaden fordi det de europeiske verdiene som skal ligge til grunn. Det det som det viktigste. Så de fant løsninger hvor de kunne gi penger til det prosjektet via det svenske kontoret i stedet. Så nettverket jobber sammen for å finne løsninger. Og til slutt, nå det mange ukrainske ungdommer rundt omkring i Europa på flukt fra landet sitt. Og da har eller Europakommisjonen sørget for å gjøre endringer i Erasmus Plus-programmet som gjør at det kan brukes spesifikt til å bidra til å løse noen av utfordringene knyttet til krigen. For eksempel at prosjekter som allerede i gang kan gjøre endringer i prosjektet som gjør at hvis de vil gjøre noe for å bidra til å støtte Ukraina, så de kan få lov til å gjøre endringer i prosjektbeskrivelsen sin for å få det til. Eller at de har gjort endringer i reglene for det jeg skal komme litt tilbake til etterpå, som heter gruppeutveksling, hvor det egentlig må være ungdomsgrupper fra som bosatt i 2 forskjellige land, som skal utveksle med hverandre. Men så har EU endret reglene til at for eksempel en gruppe med ukrainske ungdommer som nå bosatt i Norge, kan fortsatt være på utveksling med en gruppe ungdommer som har bodd i Norge hele livet. Så de får det til å tilpasse det etter de utfordringene vi ser. Og så vi selvfølgelig opptatt av hvordan vi som det norske kontoret for Erasmus Plus kan bidra til å støtte ungdomsarbeid og ungdomsarbeidere i for eksempel Ukraina. Og det vi har gjort nå å invitere ungdomsarbeidere i norske ungdomsorganisasjoner, eller på fritidsklubber i Norge, til Tbilisi i Georgia, hvor de vil få møte ungdomsarbeidere fra Ukraina, Øst-Europa og Kaukasus-området, for å se om de kan bli enige om å lage noen prosjekter sammen, utveksle erfaringer. Så først så møtes de i Tbilisi på det vi kaller kontaktseminar, og så får de oppfølging noen måneder senere til å faktisk skrive søknaden sammen, hvis de har kommet på en kul prosjektidé til et ungdomsprosjekt som de vil gjøre sammen. Og hvis det noen av dere som kjenner noen som jobber direkte med ungdommer, som ungdomsarbeider, så kan dere jo si at fristen i morgen. Hvis det noen som vil hive seg rundt og bli med til Georgia i juni. Og jeg står som sagt på stand der borte hvis dere vil spørre meg mer om dette senere. Og dette kurset, eller denne turen til Georgia, en av flere måter du kan bruke programmet på. Og jeg skal gi dere et par til eksempler før jeg avslutter i dag, på helt konkret hvordan du eller din organisasjon kan bruke programmet. Først så vil jeg snakke om en støtteordning som heter, vi deler det inn i små og store samarbeidsprosjekter, men jeg kaller det for enkelhets skyld samarbeidsprosjekter her. Det handler om at flere land går sammen og jobber sammen og kanskje kommer frem til noe nytt som de ikke ville klart å komme frem til helt alene. For eksempel så har Universitetet i Sørøst-Norge et prosjekt som pågår nå. De har gått sammen med universiteter og organisasjoner i Finland og Romania. Og det de jobber med å jobbe med å styrke mediekunnskap og kildekritisk sans hos unge. Så de utvikler forskjellig undervisningsmateriell og kurs for ungdomsarbeidere for å gjøre dem bedre rustet til å snakke med ungdom om kildekritikk, fake news, sånne ting. Sånn at de jobber med å utvikle noe for sin egen del, men det også materiell som kan brukes av andre. Så de kommer frem til noe nytt som nyttig for veldig mange. Og jeg har flere eksempler på sånne typer samarbeidsprosjekter. For eksempel så har jo Narvik-senteret, som et lignende senter som Falstad-senteret, de har pågående nå, eller de har stadig Erasmus Plus-prosjekter pågående. Som tror i ferd med å bli ferdig, som heter Take Action, som var et samarbeid mellom organisasjoner i Polen og Portugal, hvor de også utviklet spill- og læringsverktøy for ungdomsarbeidere, med særlig fokus på FNs bærekraftsmål og menneskerettigheter og sånne ting. Og så har jeg nevnt for noen her i dag, har jeg nevnt at Vefsn kommune har et sånn stort samarbeidsprosjekt pågående. De skal lage en ungdomsapp. De gjør veldig mye bra på ungdomsfeltet, og ble kåret til årets ungdomskommune for et år siden. Så det en måte å bruke programmet på. Det på en måte litt de større langvarige samarbeidsprosjektene, men Erasmus pluss ungdom kan også være helt konkrete små gruppeutvekslinger. En 5 dagers tur for ungdommer fra 2 land som møtes og henger sammen og lager mat sammen og sover sammen, og så blir de kjent og lærer om hverandres kulturer. Og en kommune som har gjort dette ganske aktivt over flere år, Sveio kommune. Sveio kommune hjem for mange polske arbeidsinnvandrere. Og det også en del norsk-polske ungdommer som bor der og går på skole der. Og Sveio kommune har da over flere år arrangert gruppeutvekslinger mellom ungdommer i Polen og ungdommer i Norge. Og det som også litt gøy at på de utvekslingene så drar både ungdommer som vokst opp i Norge og polsk-norske ungdommer som har bare bodd der noen år til Polen og møter polske ungdommer. Og så blir disse norsk-polske ungdommene en slags brobygger mellom de som bor i Polen og de som har vokst opp i Norge. Og den kommunen har også i mange år hatt en polsk vennskapskommune som ligger ganske nær grensen til Ukraina. Og fordi de har over så mange år vært vennskapskommuner og arrangert gruppeutvekslinger, så har de fått til samarbeid med å samle inn penger til å hjelpe til i krisen. Så veldig mye positive effekter som kan komme ut av en liten gruppeutveksling. Også det siste eksempelet jeg har lyst til å fortelle dere om noe som vi kaller for ungdomsstyrte prosjekter. Her har jeg tatt med et bilde av Lokman og Louise, som i 2021 hadde et ungdomsprosjekt som handlet om å gi verktøy til unge folk som kanskje hadde et ønske om å ytre seg i samfunnsdebatten, men ikke visste helt hvordan de skulle gjøre det. Kanskje de egentlig ikke turte. Hatprat et problem for demokratiet. Det mange som ikke tør å heve stemmen sin, særlig unge mennesker. Og disse som kaller seg for Jean, de arrangerte skriveworkshoper, og workshoper hvor unge mennesker fikk møte folk som jobbet i media, de fikk møte ungdomspolitikere, og de fikk tips til hvordan skrive kronikker, hvordan tørre å ytre seg. Som bidrar til en mer demokratisk verden. Og jeg har også lyst til å si at Trøndelag fylkeskommune har også hatt et sånt ungdomsstyrt prosjekt som handlet om å samle ungdomsråd fra alle 11 fylkene i Norge til et nasjonalt ungdomsrådskonferanse. Den gikk av stabelen i fjor. Så det 2 eksempler på prosjekter som ikke nødvendigvis må ha med en internasjonal partner, så lenge de gjør noe bra for lokaldemokratiet eller ungdomsmedvirkning, så har akkurat denne støtteordningen mulighet for å gjøre noe lokalt eller nasjonalt i Norge. Så det veldig mye muligheter. Og den siste muligheten, som jeg på en måte allerede har nevnt, dette med at det jevnlig kurs som man kan delta på hvis man jobber på ungdomsfeltet eller har lyst til å lære hvordan man lager et Erasmus Plus-prosjekt, eller har lyst til å heve kompetansen sin, så koster kursene alltid 500 kroner, uansett om det i Levanger eller i Lisboa. Så koster det alltid 500 kroner. Og der kan man også møte noen man kan samarbeide med. Så kom gjerne bort til standen min og snakk med meg, fordi jeg har masse mer å si, og vil gjerne snakke med dere. Takk.
Veldig bra, Ingeborg, og det imponerende å høre hva slags type prosjekter man har, og man har også en bredde i det, både fra en konkret utveksling mellom en gruppe her og en gruppe der, til større, mer komplekse prosjekter som ungdomsstyrte prosjekter som du peker på. Vi har tid til et spørsmål eller kommentar hvis det er noen som har det i salen her. Ellers er jo mitt første momentane spørsmål hvor omfattende er den søknaden for Georgia-turen?
Den er veldig enkel.
Den er enkel?
Ja.
Okay.
Jeg trodde du skulle spørre om prosjektstøtte, fordi den er litt mer komplisert, men, og det å bli med til Georgia, den er veldig enkel.
Ok, så det betyr at det er faktisk fortsatt mulig, hvis folk her tenker at man har noen ungdommer som kunne tenkt seg en tur dit og registrere seg nå, og så definere prosjekt etter.
Ja, jeg tror det er først og fremst for ungdomsarbeidere.
Ungdomsarbeidere.
Ja. Men noen av kursene kan man ta med 1 til 2 ungdommer. Ja.
Vi har jo også du skal få gå ned snart, men vi har jo også en veldig dyktig internasjonal koordinator i fylkeskommunen som jobber med Erasmus-prosjektet, Angelica Grande. Jeg har også lyst til å nevne at statsforvalteren i Trøndelag, KS, fylkeskommunen og Trøndelags Europakontor har en formell samarbeidsavtale hvor vi snakker om akkurat det her, internasjonalisering i utdanningssektoren. Og så har jeg lyst til å spørre deg til slutt, er det greit å ta kontakt med deg ellers også, hvis noen her sitter og lurer på noen ting i etterkant?
Ja, vi kan ikke få sagt det nok. Vi vil kjempegjerne bli kontaktet. Når som helst i søknadsprosessen. Også når du bare tror du har en idé, og du lurer på om den kan passe inn i et prosjekt, ta kontakt med oss med en gang. Og du finner meg rundt hjørnet der, og der får du kontaktinformasjonen min også.
Veldig bra. Tusen hjertelig takk. Du skal få med deg en oppmerksomhet. Tusen takk. Yes. Neste innleder, Hans nettverk har allerede blitt nevnt av Anette, som da er NCP, så det synes vi er stas. Stein Ivar Mona er prosjektleder i Horisont Trøndelag, et av de regionale EU-nettverkene som får finansiering av Forskningsrådet. Han er også seniorrådgiver internasjonal FOU i Trøndelag fylkeskommune, og han har vært tidligere daglig leder ved Trøndelags Europakontor i Brussel. Så det er en veldig dyktig herremann med både internasjonal og lokal ekspertise, og nå er vi spent på hva Horisont Trøndelag har å by til den gjengen her. Stein Ivar, vær så god.
Ja. Takk for det, Håvard. Godt folk. Vi kan bare bekrefte at Erasmus fungerer. I 2006 så var jeg med og fikk i stand et prosjekt mellom Dagang, Nord-Trøndelag fylkeskommune og en region i Ungarn, der ungdommer fikk treffe hverandre og diskutere ungdommer og demokrati, og ungdommer og innovasjon. Og for 3 år siden, når jeg kom tilbake fra Brussel, så fikk jeg da høre at den kontakten var fremdeles aktiv. De har laget masse prosjekt sammen. Så ja, Erasmus fungerer. Som Anette nevnte, så er det flere regionale EU-nettverk som forsøker å mobilisere til større deltakelse i verdens største forskningsprogram, Champions League i forskning. Trønderne hører jo til Champions League, som vi har tatt pause i stund. Da. Men der skal vi være, fordi at vi må si da, personlig så var jeg i Brussel i 16 år, og når du har vært der en par år, så oppdager du hvor utrolig lite spesiell du er. Det er jo et hardt slag for mange. Men hvor europeisk vi og hvor europeisk utfordringsbilde vi har, hvor vi deler det med vårt nærmeste marked og sosiale og politiske kontakter. Derfor så har Forskningsrådet invitert regioner til å søke på prosjekt, mobiliseringsaktivitet, for å øke deltakelse i Horisont Europa. For Trøndelag sin del så blir det da Horisont Trøndelag, og det står at vi skal videreføre og forsterke samarbeidet om innovasjon i offentlig sektor, og videreføring betyr at dette tredje generasjon Horisont Trøndelag. Så vi har begynt å hylle på en stund. Selvfølgelig, prøv å øke aktiviteten, mobilisere, være en spydspiss, medhjelper for Forskningsrådet, og få mobilisert næringsliv og samfunnsliv i Trøndelag til å se på EU som et samarbeidsområde. Hvordan kan vi bringe kunnskap til, og hvordan kan vi få kunnskap fra EU? Og så var det det med pengene, selvfølgelig. Det kommer heller ikke helt feil. Det nettverkspartnere i det her, så her nevnes jo the usual suspects. Det SINTEF, NTNU og Nord universitet, som de sterke FoU-aktørene i vår region. Trondheim kommune som storebror i bysammenheng, og så det fylkeskommunen, og ikke minst da Trøndelags Europakontor i Brussel, som har en stor rolle i dette nettverket, spesielt det som har med å lete opp, hjelpe til å lete opp konsortium, nettverk, paraplyorganisasjoner etc. i Brussel og omegn. Vi samarbeider nødvendigvis tett med Innovasjon Norge og Forskningsrådet, som NCPA, og har med oss KS Trøndelag. Der, uten å gå videre inn på det, så det kommunene som også har et eget nettverk der, men vi prøver å overlappe hverandre der da. Og så prøver vi å være ute hos regionale aktører, næringsklynger, næringshager, innovasjonsselskap, ulike arrangement, for å fange til dem som kan være interessert, dem som allerede har kanskje kommet langt, men trenger litt hjelp, og så prøve å få dem inn på et løp. Trøndelag fylkeskommune har jo flere finansieringsordninger som de enten ansvarlige direkte eller indirekte for. Og se da på en sånn forskningstrapp der at fylkeskommunen kanskje gir både distriktsforsk, og så kommer regionale forskningsfond, og så se da hvor gangen opp imot EU i den trappa. Så det litt sånn Horisont Trøndelag sitt ansvar også. Og så det her tenk globalt, det handler lokalt. Det høres ut som en politisk ungdomsorganisasjon på 80-tallet, og det stemmer. Men det her med hvor forankringen vår, hvor overlappen? Jo, Anette ga en veldig god introduksjon til hva politikken i EU, og hvordan blir det da til virkemiddelbruk? Og hvor det overlapp? Jo, på mange plasser, som vi sa innledningsvis, vi europeisk tvers igjennom, og vi finner det samme utfordringsbildet hos oss som vi finner ellers i Europa. Derfor skal vi være med og utvikle nærområdet vårt. Og sånn som det står i Trøndelag sin verdiskapningsstrategi, så dette med internasjonal konkurranseevne løftet veldig høyt. I den samme strategien så det bioøkonomi, teknologi og offentlig sektor som løftet. Og så har vi et internasjonalt handlingsprogram som ligger bak. Alt dette da flyter ihop med hva det EU vil ha av både innovasjon, av forskning, og ikke minst hvordan skal de store samfunnsutfordringene løses. Og der prøver vi å være i krysningspunktet og finne partnere inn akkurat i dette arbeidet. Den her så dere allerede, Anette visste den. Det blir jo litt stammespråk det her med klinger og søyler og destinasjoner og så videre. Men Horisont Trøndelag først og fremst innenfor det som på globale utfordringer. Altså det som satt som de store samfunnsutfordringene. Anette snakket jo veldig bredt om klynge 2. Og sånn som jeg visste I stad, så vil for eksempel klynge 6 med bioøkonomi og naturressurser, sånn som Trøndelag har løftet fram, det vil være viktig for oss. Og det her med inkluderende samfunn, det viktig for oss. Og selvfølgelig også det som går på klima, energi og teknologi ligger jo litt gjennom alle de her da. Litt inne I klynge 3, det som går på det som heter, jeg blir så gammel, vet du, med så lenge, det som heter SMB-programmet, som små og middelstore bedrifter da, som kan søke mer direkte. Så jeg bruker å si at vi prøver å drive desentralisert mobilisering ut til næringshager, ut til bedrifter rundt omkring I fylket vårt. Kom med informasjon, spør dem hva utfordringene deres, hva utviklingsutfordringene deres på 3, 5, 7 års horisont. Kan det kanskje passe å tenke EU som en arena for å utvikle seg? Deltakelse på arrangementer, sånn som I dag. Og frem til nå så det 2 søknadsløp som har ført til innsendt søknad som vi føler at vi kan skrive på våre CV. Og blant annet da også, Anette nevnte jo det her med sørsamisk, og denne førsten her, den omhandler det. Det var da et initiativ som kom fra Universitetet I Warszawa, som Trøndelags Europakontor med partnere fulgte opp på. Og da var det bidraget fra Trøndelag var det sørsamiske. Og gikk ikke inn her igjennom, men det var ikke langt unna. Så det vel bare å begynne å tenke på, skal man sende inn en ny? Anette viste jo at det kommer jo en ny utlysning som passer som hånd I handske. Så var det en på Pilar 3, Proneo, har gjort en god jobb med å løfte internasjonale fokuset sitt, og sendt en søknad I fjor, kom nesten igjennom, søker på nytt I år. Så det så langt. Jeg skulle være kort. Det jo det jeg ikke best på, men jeg ikke mer enn en penn utover. Men for all del, ta kontakt med oss. Vi har et godt samarbeid med NCP-ene. Vi har et godt samarbeid med nærings- og samfunnsliv I Trøndelag, håper vi, men vi blir ikke likere enn det dere gjør oss til. Takk.
Tusen hjertelig takk, Ivar. Du får ikke gå uten en liten oppmerksomhet. Jeg humrer litt når du sier Brussel og omegn, for jeg hadde en tidligere kollega som bodde på Nardo. Og han kom til meg I fullt alvor og sa, for han drev og hjalp korpset med flaskeinnsamling. Og han fikk alltid Nardo og omegn, og da spurte han, hvor egentlig omegn hen? Det har ikke helt skjønt. Så det ordet der sitter som støkk. Ivar, ja, vær så god. Du nevnte jo en søknad her på sørsamisk. Og det stemmer at det var Universitetet I Warszawa som var med på det. And now I'll switch to English. But it was also hugely a part of ELEN, the European Language Equality Network, who initiated a project application in the Horizon Europe program for the safeguarding endangered languages. And ELEN is a network where Mid-Norway European Office became a member of 2 years ago. And we are extremely happy and proud to have you here, Mr. David Hicks, the Secretary General of ELEN Network. And Heidi will be the moderator for the next session, and I think you will present David as well, so I'm not going to steal all your fun facts. But I just want to welcome you up to the stage, David, and say welcome to Falstad Center, and thank you for coming. And I wanted to ask you about the project that we sent together, because as mentioned by Ivar, we managed to get in the Mid-Norway European Office. Norge University was there as a work package leader. Trøndelag Fylkeskommune was there, and Snåsa Kommune as well. So for us, this is a very successful application, although we didn't go all the way in. So how should we as a region continue with this work, and how and what role does ELEN play in this, and how can you facilitate us to grasp these opportunities that you offer?
Yeah, no, thanks. And just to say thank you for organising this event. It's wonderful to be here, and Mid-Norway office, it's just turning out to be really a brilliant member, because you've got these different roles. You know, you've got the regional office, the university, and the local councils. It's kind of like a kind of combination member, and you know, it's got all these different roles, and there's so much potential for things. Yes, we did initiate this Horizon application. We lobbied for several years for the Commission to include something about endangered languages in their program, not just with Horizon, but Erasmus+. They seem to have taken that on board because they did have this endangered language stream. And now there's another one coming up about the impact of digitalization on endangered languages. And we're getting together the consortium, more or less the same people as the last application. I spoke to you about it anyway in Brussels, but I've just been speaking to Norge University about this, so I'll be very glad to have them as one of the main partners in this, because we really want to see Norge University develop its expertise in endangered languages, especially because it has this asset of South Sami language and people here. So, you know, it's something that we can build on. So we're very excited. So we're now getting that application ready. The deadline's going to be in February, and hopefully this time, you know, we're hoping we will be successful. We were very surprised, actually, not to have got this grant before, and I think people in the European Commission have found it odd, and we've actually had to appeal it to the Commission through the various channels, because it's all a bit strange, people have said. But nevertheless, you know, we're carrying on, and we're going to do that. And, you know, really want, you know, this is why it's so great to be here and to talk to different people, and also the different sectors. And just to say, you know, we are a big NGO working with languages, but, you know, we do lots of projects with Erasmus+, with Horizon, with Creative Europe and things like that. There's like Interreg funds and things like that. You know, we want to use all of these and bring, you know, to get things going here, and to, you know, get you more involved with like European projects. You know, you haven't got to be in the EU. You know, I'm Cornish, you know, we're not in the EU. But just to keep pushing it forward. You know, we specialise obviously in endangered languages, but that has lots of implications. You know, we just had the Audiovisual Media Services Directive revision report went through the Parliament today, and that was successful. We had some amendments in that calling for more provision for regional minority languages and endangered languages in different states to do more TV production. So that went through. It's an own initiative report, non-binding, but nevertheless it gives us another sort of hammer to hit the Commission with. Come on, you know, you should be doing something. So, you know, things are always ongoing, and I think it's important to be here just to meet people. So we're not just sitting there in Brussels, you know, to actually, so you can see me and talk to me, and go like, well, we've got, you know, we'd like to do this, we'd like to do that. You know, like to, you know, I used to be a musician for years, so it's great to see the Sami musicians here, and to think about, you know, how can we develop that? That's another asset. So, you know.
Thank you. Very short, what is your plan for the next couple of days here in Trøndelag?
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward. We're going to visit a Sami school and the Sami town tomorrow. And again, it's important for me, you know, so people actually see me in person instead of just sitting there in Brussels or in Strasbourg or the UN, so, you know, we can have a direct chat, so I can hear about what their concerns are, because there's lots of, you know, problems, but there's also lots of new developments. One of the big things is this digital development, and trying to keep our languages up to speed with digital development. So to talk to people about that. And then I go back. I'm going to meet some digital people working on Sami digital stuff on Thursday before I go back to Brussels. So, yeah, I mean, just it's like a packed agenda, but it's great to be here. So.
Thank you very much, David.
Welcome.
I'm sorry, but you will have to wait a little bit with your chocolate. You'll get it after your panel. But thank you so much so far. And we will have a short break now until 3:10, and then we will be back again for more speeches, and you will also have the chance to talk a little bit more. Thank you very much so far.
Thank you. Tack.
welcome back everybody, and hello to our new guest as well that has been here and who has already had a tour in Falstad Center. It's great to have you here. There's a lot of people from the Queen's University in Canada, and we're extremely excited to have you here in Trøndelag and Falstad Center. So it's a joy to have even more international guests here at Falstad. We are reaching the final session inside here today. As you know, there is also a tour of the Falstad Center afterwards, plus a dinner and a concert. So there's no reason to leave after this. But this is the final session inside this room for today. And I want to present a little bit who is going to moderate it. She's sitting straight here. But I'll start with the organization that she represents. It's the Museum Arven, and Arven means heritage in Norwegian, which is a beautiful word for a museum, I think. It comprises 5 various museums in our region: Egge Museum, Levanger Photo Museum, Nils Aas Art Workshop, and Stjørdal Museum Værnes. Also Stiklestad National Cultural Center, of course, sorry. And as we already mentioned today, we will also have a marking or a celebration in 2030 because of what happened at Stiklestad in 1030. So that's also something that you should be aware of. Arven works with art and cultural history collections with a time span from the distant past to the present, and with stories of local, regional, national, and international importance. The different organizations are linked by their joint ambition to develop their museums as important democratic institutions. Their director and moderator for the last session is Heidi Annette Øvergaard Beistad. She has a PhD in medieval church history from NTNU. She has worked in the museum sector as director for over 7 years, and she is recognized here in Trøndelag as an excellent presenter. Her Instagram account states that she is a cat-loving museum activist with a passion for art, design, quirky details, sarcasm, and old family photos. This is great, Heidi, so I'm looking forward to this session. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that introduction. I promise there will be no cats here today, but I would like to say what a great honor it is to be invited here to lead us through this final session of the day, entitled The Importance of Identity, Cultural Heritage and Languages. The topic of this session is something that is relevant to us all, both as individuals and as a society. The question of identity, how it is shaped, how it is expressed, and how it can be allowed to develop. And we will focus particularly on the importance of language, and more specifically on indigenous languages. The American feminist writer Rita Mae Brown once said, "Language is the roadmap of culture. It tells you where its people come from and where they are going." However, not all cultures have been given the same possibilities to thrive and maintain their roads. Culture and identity have always been closely interlinked with power and with the relationship between majority and minorities. Often this has resulted in cultural eradication, as cultural diversity in large parts of our history has been seen as a threat, or at least a flaw, not as an asset. As a result of this negative approach to cultural plurality, many languages around the world have been lost, and others are threatened with extinction. However, the last decades have seen a growing amount of attention being paid to the importance of language diversity. More and more people are asking themselves, how can we ensure that languages are allowed to play their integral part as beacons of identity within a multicultural society? To paraphrase Rita Mae Brown, how can we create a cultural roadmap for our society characterized by a multitude of roads that are all well maintained? Now, this is an enormously big and very important topic that we will try to take a closer look at in our session today. And with me, I have an impressive gathering of experts. I'll introduce you to them all now before we start. We have Peter Chin, Associate Dean of Teacher Education at Queen's University, Canada, where he, among other things, works on a community-based Indigenous teacher education program. His research interests include teacher education and the value of establishing collaborative communities for practice. Then we have David Hicks. Where are you? There you are, all the way in the back. We've already met him. He is the Secretary General of the European Language Equality Network. He has a background as a musician and is a specialist on endangered languages, the regeneration of these, and linguistic rights. And then we have Wenche Rønning. Where are you? There you are. She is an associate professor at the Faculty of Education and Art at Norwegian University, a university that, among other things, has a South Sami teacher education program. Her research interests include classroom research, research into teachers' thinking, student-active ways of working, and place-based learning. And we have Maria Mortensson, an acclaimed and award-winning South Sami musician with a strong commitment to the protection and revitalization of the South Sami language. And we have Randi Kårstad, there she is, who is a senior advisor for Trøndelag County Council, whose responsibility includes Sami secondary education. She also has broad experience from working with international cooperation and programs, including indigenous issues. And we will start our discussion here with 2 introductions before we all gather on stage for our talk. And first up to give his introduction is Peter Chin. The floor, or should I perhaps say the force, is yours.
Thank you. And that's somewhat fitting as well, since May the 4th just happened, right, a few days ago. So I'll be honest, I didn't come all the way over here from Canada just for today. We're here, our contingent from Queen's is here as well, working with our partners at Norwegian University, and we're in a canopy project. We're in year 3 of 4, and this year's topic is about equity, diversity, inclusion, and indigeneity. And so that it fits quite nicely, and we've been in conversations already in Kingston in February, where we talked about the similarities between the Sami people and the First Nations of Canada. First, a lot of ideas come into mind. I just want to talk about some of them. First of all, when we talk about language, and then we talk about culture and heritage, etc., and identity, they're all related, right? I think that's a given right off the bat. So we can talk about language, but in fact, language is the base for everything relative to that too. So it is important, first of all, to have that language, but it becomes the base for all the other elements too. When we talk about roadmaps, I think about a roadmap, and I'm reminded in Canada, we have had a Truth and Reconciliation Commission report that had 94 calls to action for what we should be doing with Indigenous and First Nations people in terms of what we can do to fix, right, to reconcile what's happened in Canada with the First Nations people. Very similar, again, with Sami and probably Maori and many Indigenous peoples around the world. And when I hear roadmap, I've heard various Indigenous scholars say the 94 calls to action is like the roadmap home. And so if we start doing those, that is the roadmap home, right? So it's really important to talk about language and the interrelatedness right from the start. The second thing I would say is that we run teacher education programs, and I think that might be why possibly I'm here too. We run community-based Indigenous teacher education programs at Queen's University. We have 4 sites right now, and we're going to switch to 5 sites. And what I think is really important that, in addition to the notion of language, is to talk about the stance in which you take to do that. And I would think the most important element that comes to my mind is co-creation. That this has to happen because you've co-created it. It has to happen. So we're in 4 sites right now. We're near James Bay. I don't know if you know Canada, and I guess I did have slides. I could have shown you a map of Canada. But we're in a Mushkegowuk territory with the Cree Nations near the bottom of James Bay, which is very far north in Canada. We're also in Tyendinaga, Mohawk territory, right near Kingston. We're just starting this year and just started literally last week. We're also in Manitoulin and North Shore with Kenjigewintag Education Institute, where we're running basically in an Ojibwe First Nation territory. And then we're also in Sarnia, which is in the very western part of Ontario, southwestern part of Ontario, and that has a combination of various First Nations, including Walpole Island and Kettle and Stony Point. Next year as well, we're going to start in Pekanjikum, which is a fly-in community in northwestern Ontario, which is actually closer to Manitoba. The common feature of all of these sites, they came to us and asked us to participate with them. So when we talk about co-creation, that's the first step. Right? Because the moment you go somewhere you're not actually asked to, how is that any different from colonialism 2.0? Right? So we were asked to participate and asked to partner, and that's what we did. And one of the reasons we partner as well is that we're in the strong belief as well. I'm always reminded of a colleague who is an Indigenous person in the Ministry of Education, who often says to me over and over again, you can't be what you can't see. And so the biggest thing for us, for starters, is let's try to get First Nations teachers teaching in front of First Nations kids. That's number one. And so we've developed teacher education programs that have helped to put Indigenous teachers in front of kids in First Nations communities. That's the first step, because then those kids can see that teacher is from my community. That teacher is me. I can become a teacher. That's number one. And then the second element that we're going to do next is that we should have First Nations teachers in front of all kids. Doesn't matter if they're just Indigenous kids as well. Okay? So this co-creation notion, we've worked with these communities, and then we go in and we create a management team with both, and we work out how can we best deliver this teacher education program. And one of the things that I think is really important within these teacher education programs that we have is each community, we have an element of the program called a passport. And so they have to do 90 units, 90 points of a passport. The passport in each site was developed by the elders of the community. They've decided what was important in their community. And some of it has to do with language, some has to do with culture, some has to do with ceremony, etc. And so every participant, every student in our program has to take those units along the way. And what's important here is that every person is on a different point in their journey. So some are really immersed in the culture, and this gets them to do a deeper dive into their culture, whereas others are just rediscovering their culture, right? Just like here, I think there are some people just rediscovering their Sami, for example. And we have a different passport for each community site because each community is different. And so what they want in their passport is based on what they need. Again, this notion of co-creation, right? And I'm reminded of a story, and I think Lindsay, who's in the room, she was there as well. We were in Manitoulin Island in the outdoor classroom with the elder had just made a sacred fire, and we were having an end of weekend celebration wrap up as we were finishing that weekend of the program. And a student got up and he sat there and he said, they were starting the program, right, to become a teacher, right? But he said, if you had told me that this weekend I would leave being able to say, hello, my name is Joey, in Ojibwe, I would have called you a liar. And here I am able to do it. And he had tears running down his eyes. He was so moved by the fact he was doing that, right? So for this program, it's not just you can't be what you can't see and we want to put teachers in front of other people. We're actually participating in helping co-create people on their journey to rediscovering their culture too, right? And in that case of Joey, right, he was just starting on his journey to learning how to speak Ojibwe. Now I want to fast forward 4 years. So I was sitting in the lounge with my new director, and we were talking about a student teacher we just placed in Sault Ste. Marie with somebody named Joey. I went, Joey? Is it the same Joey? And they said, it's Joey so-and-so, and it was the same Joey. And 4 years later, Joey is the Ojibwe teacher in that classroom. 4 years later. He went from, I can't even say hello, my name is, to embracing and rediscovering his language and culture, and is now the teacher. And if you can, and teaches Ojibwe, right, the language. So if you can, when I tell that story, I can't help but get overwhelmed by it, because I feel like we've contributed to Joey, not just becoming a teacher, but to becoming himself, to finding his identity. And that's why I keep talking about culture and identity going together. The last point I want to say about co-creation too, is that you have to adjust to the what's happening in the community. So what's interesting is that we just finished April, And we had our last weekends in our community-based programs in April in all 4 sites. The first site just started, so we had 3 sites last year, I gotta be clear. 2 of the 3 sites had their weekends in the second week of April. Their last weekend was in the second weekend of April. The other site, their weekend was the weekend before. And I actually had to hire more instructors to replicate, actually I hired the same instructors to replicate the weekend before. And why? Because the goose hunt was starting. And the goose hunt is an integral part of that Mushkegowuk territory, that James Bay community, right? And so as opposed to being rigid and saying, no, we operate on this weekend, if you're truly in partnership, if you're truly in co-creation, if you're truly trying to work with people, you have to move the weekend to a weekend that works. And so I guess in any initiatives that people are going to do, that people are thinking of doing within Norway, right? I guess my reminder would be about the importance of partnership and that truly partner and listen to your partners and work with your partners. We are glad to be partnered with these First Nations communities, and we're welcome to stay as long as they want us to. And we are also, ironically, will be glad when we're asked to leave. That because at that point in time, I'm hopeful that we're being asked to leave because they have the capacity to do it themselves. But until such time as they can do it themselves, we're happy to be partners with them to do it with them, right? This journey, this roadmap is something we're happy to go along the road with to help co-create. And I think, if anything, I leave you with that tone is I think the most important thing. It's about the relationships that you have, and that it has to be something you're doing with the partners as opposed to them. Because otherwise, then all we're doing is replicating a different form of colonialism. I still have another minute, but I'll cede my minute back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and I'll then give the floor to David Hicks.
Okay, my name's David Hicks from European Language Equality Network. It's fantastic to be here. I've got a PowerPoint which I'm going to try and whip through before I get whipped. It's fantastic to be here. I'm wondering actually if I'm on the set of Star Wars. There's all these lightsabers about. Am I going to get struck? Are the Jedi Knights here? I don't know. I don't know if that's deliberate or not. Anyway, but this is what I'm going to talk about. Who we are, what we do, how we work to protect our languages, our advocacy work and project work, identity, language and culture, why is it important, the link to well-being, language rights as human rights, challenges, and finish with some recommendations and conclusions. Now, we were set up in 2012, replacing the old Bureau for Less Used Languages. Currently, we represent 50 languages with 175 member organizations in 25 European states. We comprise most of Europe's activist civil society, less used language organizations, as well as universities and research institutes. Mid-Norway office joined in 2021. It's been an excellent partner, and it comprises the regional office and university and local government and the Falstad Centre here today. So it's very good to be here and actually to meet the members. This picture is of us in 2016 when we launched the Donostia Protocol on language rights. Now, our work is divided into 2 pillars. One pillar is the advocacy work for the protection and promotion of our languages with a focus on language rights. This takes us to the Council of Europe, EU, UN, UNESCO, and then working with states and autonomous governments and locally as well. And then the other pillar of our work is project work, where Ellen works with member organizations on EU-funded language projects like Erasmus Plus and Horizon that act to develop our languages. So we had things like the Digital Language Diversity Project and the current ELA project on digital language development. And I think also with Ellen, we work to bring people together working for the same aim, to share experiences, share best practice, and to develop new ways of working together. And this is primarily civil society organizations. There's a spirit of solidarity of people working to protect their language. And for example, in our General Assembly this year, we'll bring Welsh, Basque and Catalan experts to Sardinia to talk to Sardinian government about language recovery. And at the same time, the UN, Council of Europe and the Commission will be there. So why is language and cultural heritage and identity important? Well, for us, language is the DNA of culture and identity. And language is woven into the fabric of our idea of ourselves and our people and humanity. It gives us our connection to our land, our songs, our poems, our history, and each people's unique perspective to the world. When we lose a language, we lose a whole unique way of seeing the world that developed over thousands of years, and that loss is immeasurable. In Cornish, we have an old poem, and lafar corth yw and lafar gwir, mes den heb tafas re goles I dir. The old saying is a true saying. The people that lost their language lost their land. And this is so true of so many peoples across Europe and globally. And it especially applies to the Cornish, but we know because we lost political autonomy for the time being. We'll take Cornish, and we very much take as an organisation a Cornish, a Sami, a Basque, an indigenous people's perspective as indigenous peoples of Europe. To discriminate against the language, therefore, attacks someone's very core, to their core. This kind of attack has been termed as a form of racism by the Council of Europe, ECRI. And from Welsh to Lakota to Sami, our languages have been discriminated against for centuries. Many states used to, or continue to use, systematic child abuse against children to beat their indigenous language out of them. And it's something, this kind of attitude with states that we very much work against. And I think also increasingly there's this link between this kind of our Western European approach to language recovery and an indigenous approach of this language recovery and revitalization being part of well-being. We're learning more from indigenous people's language recoveries about this approach and the emphasis on well-being. We note the increased health benefits and positivity of some indigenous people who are recovering their language or who've kept their own language. And it seems to imply that language recovery is good for your health, and this could be a winning argument with governments. We're also seeing an increased link of language campaigns to environmental and climate action campaigns globally, and this link of saving global biodiversity to saving language diversity. Also, language rights are moving into, we're working for language rights to be part of mainstream human rights. Language rights are often seen as the latecomer to the Human Rights Party. Ellen and its member organizations are working to ensure that language rights are firmly in the mainstream. We are developing, had language legislation developed in Wales. We have language commissions now ensuring language rights are implemented. And recently we had a successful campaign for language legislation for Irish in the north of Ireland. And this is a picture of some of the campaigners. So some of the successes, we are seeing some languages stabilize after decades of decline, like Basque and like Welsh. We know more about legislating for language and what's effective. Welsh Language Act, for example. We have a continuing evolution in our understanding of language recovery, and there's been a lot of progress. Successful language recovery is not just about saving the language, but ensuring that the society using the language is thriving. It means that we take a holistic approach to language recovery based on social and economic factors, as well as a rights-based approach. Now, it's evident that civil society is vital as drivers of language recovery and ensuring that states act. Today, millions of children across Europe use their language in immersion schools, and for them, their language use is normal. And there's success, as I said before, for Irish in the north of Ireland. And there's an emerging area of the role of language rights in conflict resolution with the Good Friday Agreement, again with Irish. And what are the current challenges? Well, we're seeing constant discrimination against the languages. Hate speech is just at an all-time high, especially bad on social media. We have state impunity if there's violation of language treaties like the Charter for Regional Minority Languages. There's still the lack of clear, unambiguous language rights. The situation in the EU is stagnant. We had an ECI which was widely supported to get some modest gains, and this was blocked by the EU. And in a recent study, it found that even though territorial language speakers make up 10% of the EU population, with language projects, we only get less than 1% of funding, except for in Horizon. So for us, it's vital that the EU changes course and acts to support endangered languages and upholds our language rights. Two examples of very specific discrimination. In France, it banned the Corsican Assembly from using its own language, banned Catalan-speaking councils from using their own language, despite both offering simultaneous translation. It stopped Occitan parents from spelling their son's name in Occitan. It stopped Basque children going to Basque language schools, taking their exams in Basque, and the Constitutional Court on the MOLAC law deemed immersion education unconstitutional. Now in Spain also, the successful Catalan model is under judicial attack for political reasons. Galician, only 4% of children's programming is in Galician, and Basque language rights are being undermined in many areas. Other challenges, the digital divide. We have to catch up with that, otherwise we'll be left behind. COVID, they didn't even give us basic health information in many languages. So to have some proposals and conclusions, we still need clear and unambiguous language rights. We need legislation that takes this holistic approach and that deals with the societal problems that impact on usage of our languages. We need to focus on this threat of endangerment instead of more the minority language, things like German or Hungarian. These are big languages, they're not endangered. We do need to focus on South Sami, Lula Sami, Cornish, Bresson. They're really severely endangered. And then we could see other improvements within international law. We're working on a new declaration on minorities for that to be upgraded to a convention. But just to conclude, what we would like to see most is that most European states and the EU to act with the same vigor for our languages as they have done with racism and gender discrimination, so we see some results and some progress. So just to thank you very much in Cornish, Maraz Braz.
Thank you. There I am. Thank you so much to both Peter and David for those very inspiring introductions to our topic. And now I would like to invite all our 5 participants up on stage, if we can fit them all on the stage. So yeah, please come up.
Maria, could you see me?
So, I'd like to start out with a very personal perspective on the importance of language. Maria, your strong commitment to both upholding and revitalizing the South Sami language is something that not only shapes your career as a musician, but you've also talked quite openly about how it shapes your role as a mother. Could you share some thoughts on why this has been so important for you and how you aim to ensure that your children are given an upbringing with a strong South Sami cultural presence?
Yeah, thank you for having me. And into the English language, that's also a challenging one, but I try my best. And I just wanted to say that my identity is South Sami. That's what I feel. But I'm also a yoika, I'm a singer, I'm a composer, I'm a mother. Traditional knowledge is what is really important to me. And my cultural heritage, I'm born into a reindeer herding family, so my knowledge is in the reindeer herding work, and also my language is South Sami and Norwegian, and I took an active choice I choose to relearn my South Sami language because it hasn't been passed on from my family. In the reindeer herding domain, all the words is in South Sami because that's the only language we have for doing that. But when it comes to everything else, it has been a lot in Norwegian. And I had my 13 years in school with the South Sami language, and that was because of my mother. She started in school to be sure that we had our language in different subjects and as a South Sami subject. So now I'm the next generation of a mother, in a way. I have a daughter, 1.5 years now. And I want to say, I start with saying that I know the important learning of language is happening at home. That's the main domain. And we have chosen, me and Daniel, my boyfriend, to have one parent, one language. But the area I live in now, in Trøndelag, Troante, the Trondheim, the city, we're in the situation that there's no South Sami staff in the kindergarten. And then I didn't know what to do. So I just figured out I have to stay home 1 extra year just to figure out how to solve this. And we still don't have any South Sami staff in the Sami kindergarten. So what have I chosen? I've chosen to go into a kindergarten with other South Sami children. And my plan now is to actually collaborate with this other parent to take the children out of the kindergarten and have days where we can only speak our native language together and together with the children, and make this strong domain that my child also hears that this language is used by others. This is something I just do voluntarily, so I have to tour a less lot, I have to compose less music, I also do that, but my main goal is to make her a strong Sami speaker. But my plan forward, as I don't see any future in the Trondheim city for her school, I'm going to move to Ruralis, another area where the language is more used in the kindergarten and the school system. So that's a little bit of what my situation is for the moment. And as a parent, you have to prepare many years ahead. And for the school, she's going into school in 4 years, so I'm really thinking about how can I make the school the best place for her.
Thank you so much. The family unit is, of course, important, as you're saying. At the same time, the responsibility for creating a sustainable environment for learning about marginalized cultures cannot purely be placed on an individual level, which brings us, as you've already talked about, to the importance of schools, preschools, and teachers. And I'd like to dwell on that topic somewhat, because how do we ensure that we educate the teachers we need? Are institutions of education and research doing enough? And if not, what else should be done? And are we focusing enough on language? And to turn that on its head, is focusing on language enough when educating future teachers? So if I could start by asking you, Randi.
Well, it's a valid question, definitely. And my perspective here in this panel is, of course, from secondary education. And teacher shortage is also apparent in secondary education. The kindergarten or early childhood education, maybe Wenche, you can talk a little bit more about that, how it is done at Norwegian University. There are programs where you have, you can be working in a daycare and studying the language at the same time, but you can talk to that. So there are programs and efforts put into having a more viable community of teachers, for sure. But it is, I think with the South Sami, it's a critical mass challenge, because there are so few strong speakers and language users. So, and there are so many areas that we can use the speakers to. It could be teaching, it could be cultural, it could be, well, translators, etc. So with such a critical mass, how do we best strategically use them? But I agree, teaching and daycare, that's where it starts, and the home. So I don't really have any answers. I'm sorry to hear that Maria says she can't bring her daughter to a South Sami daycare in Trondheim, Troante. We see also with the secondary level students who choose a Sami language in Trondheim, they're mainly North Sami. So, and that's, I don't understand it, I must honestly say. We've been puzzled. We asked, why aren't there more South Sami in Troante than we see in the schools? Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Wenche, would you like to talk a bit about Norwegian University in this context?
Yeah. I think, following from Peter saying you can't be who you can't see, it's very important that we manage to educate both kindergarten teachers and teachers in compulsory education who actually come from South Sami and Lule Sami communities, and who either know the language or are willing to learn the language through the teacher education. The number of applicants for teacher education this year was, it was a disaster. But
what does that mean? Can you give us a number?
Generally in Norway,
yeah.
We have too few young people wanting to become teachers. But for the two programs we have in Lule Sami and South Sami, we had actually 6 applicants for Lule Sami, and there was, hooray! Yeah. That's great, because we're talking really small numbers. So I think we had 6 applicants for the Lule Sami education program, and 4, I think, for the South Sami. And that's where we are. I think where our major challenge lies is that so far we managed to provide good language education within the teacher education program, but we haven't really managed to get Sami culture, Sami issues to permeate other parts of the education program. I think that's a major issue that we are aware of and that we're working with. And fortunately, we have actually just this year welcomed quite a number of new staff with competence in both Lule Sami and South Sami. So I'm quite optimistic that we're moving in the right direction.
Oh, that's very good to hear. Now we're clearly pointing at some kind of weakness in the educational infrastructure here, especially at the youngest level. Is this a problem that you recognize as well, Peter, or is this something typical to the Norwegian system, that we just don't have the structure and we don't have the structure and we don't have the people to fill the positions within the structure?
This week I've had some time to think about what I know, and then I've also, in conversations with the Canopy Group, found things that I didn't know and have helped to formulate my view. And what you just said makes me think of, as opposed to a this or that, it must be this and that. So you have to have a structure of a teacher education program that promotes this, that you get more indigenous speakers, First Nations people, Sami people in front of people. But if they don't have the language, how do you help them learn the language? And what I've been learning this week through various conversations is the importance of language nests. And having infusion and from the community and having opportunities for people to learn the language. And what I've learned today was not just learn the language, but learn the language and the culture and the heritage. And I've also learned that a lot of it can be done through making food. And so who doesn't like food, right? And stuff like that. And in Kingston, I know there's an indigenous language nest that's really working hard on trying to do that. And it's going to take everybody. It's going to take communities. It's going to take families. And as we look at immersion, et cetera, too. So just having a teacher education program, having the door open, but no one's coming to the door, doesn't change the fact you still have a problem, right? So it's great to have the door open or a program, but you need more.
Any comments from you, David?
Yeah, well, I find it very interesting in two ways. Firstly, with Cornish, we face exactly the same problems. We don't have this critical mass. There'll be some like youngsters in Truro and some youngsters in Bodmin, which are all quite far apart, or down Penzance, miles away, and they can't come together to have a kindergarten. So you've got some parents there and some parents there spread over Cornwall, which actually is quite big and quite a long country. And so we have this problem, but then work a lot with the Welsh government, that if you're going to have effective language recovery, you need the infrastructure in place. You need the kindergartens, the preschool, the immersion primary school and the secondary school, the teacher training, and all the things that go with that. And to get that infrastructure, you need the finance, and to get that, you need the political will. And that's where we come in to push for that. But it's like one of these structural problems, and you're finding that you can't take your child anywhere. It's just a nightmare because you really want to do it, but there's so many people across Europe, or in anywhere where there's indigenous languages, having these same problems. Where can I take my child? I've got to work. Where's the kindergarten? And there isn't one. And then you kind of miss out. Your kid misses out. It's so experienced by so many.
Maria?
Yeah. And what I feel I really, the big challenge is that I don't have time to wait because the thing is happening now. And for the North University, I've followed the teacher students that's soon to be finished now. I had 3 years with South Sami language together with the students, but I haven't gone the teacher education. But I followed the language because I need to have a domain where I can speak my language, and to study it like this, it was a very good thing for me to just keep my language alive. But what I thought was when they were starting a school that they call a South Sami Teachers Education, for me right now it feels more like a teacher's education with South Sami language, because of the content that, for me to be a Sami teaching, then there also have to be perspectives and as many subjects that the students can have different perspectives of the Sami language, and when they are going into the First Nation schools, but the South Sami first speaking peoples, then they also have to do it in South Sami in all the subjects, because that's how you make that was how my language developed a lot, because I had it a bit in mathematics, I had it in history, I had it in geography, in many subjects, and that's how you also get a very broad vocabulary. So we need more than the language, and these teachers that is soon to be ready now, they're moving different places, and I am moving after them because I want them to teach my child, and I want the Sami class, but I kind of feel that the time is ready now to just have this on place. So money, whatever needs to make this happen, it just have to be done.
om det.
Just to follow up on that, you follow your teachers. And I think the communities, the language communities, so Røros, Snåsa, for instance, and Røyrvik, there are these language centers. So there's a network of that, which actually help educate or do beginners language training for adults. And it's done in collaboration with Nord University, I believe. And those courses have been extremely successful and popular. So there are more applicants into those courses because there's a parent generation who feel that they need to educate, like you're saying, themselves in order to include their children into the South Sami language. So that is also an effort into trying to bridge the gap that we have after years of assimilation. So that's, but you say it can't happen soon enough. I completely understand and hear that, and it just takes time. And I think with South Sami, and we are talking about such small numbers, this is not an excuse. I'm just trying to explain. And we see the same pattern with teaching application on general teacher education. There was a drop this year of 22% of applicants to the studies. So that is also not helping the situation. And maybe there are different kinds of incentives you have to look at in order to to inspire people to apply for Sami teaching jobs. If it's as a teacher, where you teach all subjects in Sami, or if you're a language teacher. So those are things that we have to look at, I think, and they are being discussed, I know.
Thank you. I think we'll move on to the next perspective, Sue, but Wenche, a comment from you?
Well, yeah, I was just wanted to say that I'm very happy that in the current curriculum for education, LK20 or LK20, there is this concept of strong language models, which we're just about to investigate what does it mean and how can we implement it. And it's very much about using the language for all subjects. Our main problem as an institution educating teachers has been also a lack of staff. But I wanted to celebrate. We have recently 2 people who have finished their dissertation in South Sami and Lule Sami. We have David in South Sami and Hannah sitting right behind him in Lule Sami. So we really, we've really managed to and that's a great.
It's time for an applause. Let's put an applause.
So we've managed to recruit much more people, and that's really the foundation for being able to, make a better teacher education where Sami also comes into other subjects. So far, we haven't had the capacity to do that, but I think that Hannah and David and others, because we have recruited, I think, 4, 5, 6 new people in Lule and South Sami, will, contribute to that.
Those are good news. And Maria, you pointed to a topic I'm guessing we could have talked about for hours, and that is funding, because there's so many good things underway here now, but nothing can really happen without the adequate funding. And the responsibility for providing that is divided on different levels of society. I'd like to move on to another perspective on teaching marginalized culture, and that is the question of who we are teaching. And our main focus should, of course, be those who are themselves representatives of that culture. But talking about democracy, is there also a value in applying a wider approach? To give a personal example, when growing up here in Trøndelag, I can hardly remember it being mentioned at all that the village I grew up in was also located in southern Sápmi. As an adult, I finally learned to know the rich Sami history and culture of our region, and this left me with a sense of shame of my own previous ignorance, and I also felt robbed as I had not been given the tools to understand Trøndelag in all its complexity and diversity. I would therefore like to ask you all, is there a democratic value to be found in ensuring a stronger emphasis on indigenous and marginalized culture in schools in general? And if so, how can we provide that? Peter.
Notice I don't have any paper, right? You called on me because I have no paper.
Yeah.
I think naturally it has to happen as opposed to a mandate or a will. I think a culture has to change. And let me give two examples right off the bat. Number one is that whether you agree with different assessments, OECD and PISA studies actually put Canada and the Canada education system up there as one of the best school systems out there. Some of the provinces, if they weren't treated as the country, are actually like, 3 of the provinces are in the top 5, for example, in typical OECD studies. But more important than that, Canada is a multicultural nation, and people come from all over the place. And in fact, some of the OECD studies also look at how well countries adapt for their second or for their first generation people or for the immigrants. And Canada always fares well with that. So in fact, the argument would be that the education system tries to adapt, tries to use universal design, tries to be inclusive, etc. And so that's that one element. The other is, I don't think anyone disagrees with, well, maybe they do, but to me, quality teaching and learning can only take place when kids feel safe, feel like they belong, and they see themselves in the curriculum they're learning. And if you fundamentally start with that position, then every teacher, every curriculum, everybody should be looking for opportunities to show and create places for kids to see themselves as people and belonging in their curriculum. And we've got lots of examples in Canada. We just had it happen now, where school boards are producing their censuses. Censuses. They're producing, and they're clearly showing there are kids who do not feel like they belong, especially if they're from BIPOC or marginalized areas, and they're in schools in regions that are basically Caucasian. So school boards are changing their hiring practices for starters, but then as well, not just because you need to see people in front of you like you at some point in time too, right? It's the same argument over again. So I'm getting repetitive in that sense. But as well, once you see people, and then as well, everybody else needs to see, how can I make my curriculum connect with each kid in that class? I think everybody could do that, even within an existing national curriculum. That's my view.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think with regard to your question, there is an obligation in the Norwegian national curriculum to cater for or to cover Sami issues, Sami history, Sami culture, etc. How well it's done, how it's implemented is another issue. But just to follow up on Peter's raising this issue about other languages, we can call them community languages, all the language. I mean, we're becoming more and more a diverse community. We have more and more diverse communities and more languages. You find them in these communities. And if we go back some decades, children had a right to teaching in their own mother tongue. That's not long the case. They only have a right to their own mother tongue if it helps them learn Norwegian. So I sometimes, really worry, are we making the same mistake again that we did with the Sami? Are we taking the language and the culture away from these children who come from Ukraine, Syria, Afghanistan, wherever? That's something I worry about, and I've also written about, and this is something we should really think about, because it's a big issue.
Anyone else would like to comment on that? Or we could move on to my next question, because we now have talked about a lot about education, schools, preschools, and so on and so forth. But learning about culture and language is not something that only happens in schools, or at least it shouldn't be. the question of visibility and representation also carries with it a large responsibility for society as a whole, and perhaps particularly for institutions of culture, such as museums, theatres, concert halls, and so on. In your opinion, are cultural institutions in general doing enough to strengthen the presence of marginalized cultures? And if your answer is no, as I'm guessing it might be, how could and should we improve? Could I start with asking you, David?
In the European Charter for Regional Minority Languages, there is an obligation for states to teach about these languages to the majority population. So taking on a UK level, the English should be learning about Cornish and Welsh and Gaelic and Irish. Not learning the language, but learning about it. Because for years and years, our people, we've been migrating into England and going to school there and then becoming invisible, like we don't exist. And then considering these languages are already, originally, indigenous to Britain, they should be doing that. And they don't do that. And you see things like, talking cultural institutions, the BBC, for example, it just more or less, we don't exist. And then the commercial ones, even worse, ITV and all that. So for years and years and years, English people have never been really taught about, the Celtic languages or their existence, which leads to prejudice and hate speech, because then you get your average, kind of Tory voting Brexiteer in Kent going, oh, look, they've got like another language in Wales. Just being difficult. How nationalistic. They got their own names. That they changed their Brecon Beacons National Park to, Banau Brycheiniog, its original Welsh name. How dare they do that, in Wales, change a name to a Welsh name when it was originally the Welsh name? And this is this problem. There's this kind of, it's not actually their fault. They are ignorant because their education system and the media never told them about it. So, we need to see some changes there. And then, if you want to talk about the migrant populations, no one's teaching about their languages or culture either. And surely what we should be doing is inclusive. If you take like the Welsh or Catalan models, it's totally inclusive. So you're bringing people in to speak Catalan, to speak Welsh, because that makes social cohesion, because everyone speaks the language. That's the aim. Doesn't always work, but... So.
Thank you. Maria?
Yeah, well, I feel like my generation, I'm born into quite a good generation, because being Sami, it's nothing, haven't felt that I'm not shameful about being it. My parents' generation and my grandparents' generation have probably felt a lot harder about being who they are. And I'm working in the cultural part of our society, and I feel that there's a lot of curiosity around the Sami culture, the language, and the yoik, and it's also more and more integrated into different styles of music genres, and we see that the language is used in theaters. I chose to use my South Sami language when I went to this TV program, De Neste, and that was a bit like, oh, so now we're going to have two languages on main TV. Okay, it should be fine. We just have to think how do we do this? So it's a more open-minded the people I meet, but of course we have maybe 1, 2, or 3 TV programs for the youngest children, and there's almost nothing for the adolescent generation. 1 or 2 books, and it's so little that is written in our language. So we kind of need in every direction. We need more in the South Sami language, and to get people to understand and get people into this mission of mine and others. And that's just so important that people know the situation, know what are we facing and where do we want to be.
I'd like to hear the panel's thoughts on one particular example that's actually quite related to something you just mentioned, David. Quite recently, it drew quite a lot of attention when the Norwegian football club Tromsø IL announced that their stadium would be renamed from Alfheim, a Norwegian name stadium, to Romsa Arena. Now, Romsa is the North Sami name for Tromsø. And this decision was made by Tromsø Kraft, a power company who had bought the right to name the stadium, and who chose to use a Sami name as part of their larger strategy to help strengthen the visibility of the Sami language, and through that, as they say themselves, to contribute to a strengthened sense of belonging for the entire population in their region. And I would like to ask you, is there a value to such strong symbolic acts? And furthermore, can they potentially come with a backlash?
I can start. I think it's absolutely a big value in renaming or having double signages to have it visual. And I think I see our director of culture back here. We have a policy in Trøndelag where we do name public buildings, both in South Sami and in Norwegian, correct? And so this visibility is important, not just for the people, the South Sami people, but for everybody, of course. We need to be inclusive, and we need to know, because there has been, and there is, very little knowledge of the Sami in the majority population. So this is symbolic, but it's needed, it's necessary. If it has a backlash, maybe, but I think it'll pass. I don't think it'll persist.
Thank you.
Well, yes, I have an example from Bodø, because I think I totally agree. It will pass. When Bodø decided to have a Sami name, Bodojo, they put up signs. When you come into the town, there was Bodø and Bodojo below, and it was stolen and damaged. I don't know how many times. But, the authorities just kept putting up a new sign. And now there's no question. I mean, nobody's touched it for years and years. So it does, it does pass.
It does pass. David?
There is quite a hilarious example from Ireland where there's this town called Tobermory, and the Irish campaigners put up the sign Tobermory. And, Tobermory... it means, like in Irish, the well of Mary, Tobermory, and it was quite funny because, like, the people, the DUP, the kind of loyalist, unionist, Brexiteer types, came up and destroyed the sign because it's like, oh, that's in Irish, and then everyone on social media going, but I mean, it's called Tobermory anyway. You're kind of destroying. You're so stupid you didn't realise it was already an Irish name. So there is. I do like this renaming thing because you get funny things like that. But it has this value because you're kind of asserting, like, this is the people, that these people are here. It is like a global thing happening. It's happening with the people in Australia, with Ayers Rock being renamed, with the Maori renaming, and much more use of the Maori language. And it's happening now with Wales. There's now a campaign actually not to have bilingual names, because if you actually look at the bilingual name, Aberystwyth means like the mouth of the River Ystwyth. Now, the translation for that in English, they just call it Aberystwyth, but Aberystwyth in English is gibberish. So, again, none of this makes sense. So why not just have all the names in Welsh in their original thing? So, that would be more our approach.
Yeah. Peter?
I was going to say, generationally, there's these concepts with generation differences too, and I think there's a readiness too. You can't wait for everybody to be ready, or it'll never happen. That's number one, right, to me. So you just have to start doing it, and doing whatever parts in your world you can have actions that you can do. Second, I think it's a bold first step, but it better not be the only step, right? Otherwise, it is tokenism. So you have to go deeper than that, right? So,
Maria?
Yeah, and I think the thing about signs is that when we're visible, then we actually exist in a way. Because I would love that my area had the sign of Svakensikte, which is the reindeer area. The landscape is that. It's my border in a way where I'm from. And for the backlash, of course there will be children that feel a lot of suspicion and why is this happening? Why is it always that you're so important? Why is this language here? There will be a lot of pupils, as I also had to answer for everything that was done by the grown-ups. I had to answer why is the reindeers here? Why is but I think what is important is that the parents' generation or the generations, they talk about these issues and to strengthen the young population in that this is the right way to go. And if you feel hatred for it, if you then come to us and speak about it, and all other parents groups, and there has to be an open discussion in the society for this just to make it more a positive thing.
I can see that we have now spent our time, but I would like to end with asking you a question again, Maria, since we started with your very personal perspective on the topic, and now having participated in this debate and listened to the other contributors, what are your hopes for the future, and what is the main message you would like to give to those listening who carry a common responsibility for ensuring the continued strengthening of and visibility of the South Sami culture? It's a big question at the end, I'm so sorry.
Sorry, my water bottle. I really liked your introduction in how you worked, and this with teaching that the South Sami teachers has to also teach the South Sami children. I just need that to happen. That's what I really wished for when I was a young student myself, and I really wish that for my child and for everybody listening here. What is the way forward that we actually make it this happening? And I also started with that. I feel that we've been waiting a long time, and it's something about we're always in a starting phase. My grandparents' generation and my parents' generation, my generation, well, we're in a starting phase, in the third generation now. So we have to get beyond that. It just has to happen.
Yeah. Let's get a move on.
We need to move on. And I try to do my best on many arenas, but of course we need a big støtteapparat.
Support system,
support team that is chairing and find it as important as it is for the future generation.
Perfect. I think that's a perfect place to end our discussion. I would like to thank you all. I feel both inspired and wiser, and that's a wonderful feeling at the end of the day. Thank you so much to all of our contributors.
Thank you very much. You can't leave yet. Not every one of you have seen it, but I like what you mentioned about food, Peter. And as you all know, Trøndelag was the European region of gastronomy last year. And we are based, the Mid-Norway European office is based in Brussels. So unfortunately, I'm not going to give you something from this region this time, but we wanted to bring something from Belgium, which is also highly gastronomic, high value. So as an appreciation for your inputs here today, a small attention from the best chocolatier in Flanders in Belgium. Thank you very much. Thank you. And of course, also for you,
Oh,
Heidi.
thank
you very
you.
much. So, you ended with a big questions. There has been a lot of big questions today. It's enormous topics, but important topics. So I'm very happy to see that so many of you have been present the whole day and been listening into these great conversations. I'm very happy about that. We have given a task, maybe a challenging task. It looks like it, Øystein, but we'll still give it a try to sum up this day. And we have asked Øystein Johannessen, which is the assisting county governor in Trøndelag. And not everyone is familiar with what that is, so I just want to explain that very quickly. The county governor is the state's representative in local counties and is responsible for monitoring the decisions, objectives, and guidelines set out by the Storting and the government. Øystein has, for over 12 years, worked as a deputy department director in the Ministry of Education within ICT policy, schools and innovation. And for many years, he has collaborated with the OECD within the New Millennium Learners Project. And I asked him also for a fun fact, and he said, in the last millennium, Øystein was among the pioneers who started the Norwegian Film School, the country's first film education at university and college level. And his slightly theatrical tendencies are said to originate from there. And I have checked Øystein, and I see that the film school has also a Creative Europe project, so that's very good. That's something we have talked about today as well. So I give the floor to you, and thank you very much.
Okay, so hello everybody, and let me start by congratulating all of you on this special day, and a big thank you to the Norway European Office for today's program, and last but not least for inviting me to give you the perfect synthesis of this day. And in that sense, I feel almost like the football coach Jose Mourinho, who was nicknamed the Special One. I belong to the crowd that applauds the work this office is doing. So I'd like to give a profound thank you to Håvard, Kaja, and Christopher. And guys, thank you very much for the generosity you're showing me. It knows no boundaries. They have given me 5 minutes for summing up today, and which is clearly a walk in the park. Like speakers before me, I also find it very fitting that we are meeting here at Falstad, at a place where so much human suffering and degradation has taken place, a hallmark of the absence of humanity. If you take the big picture, I think that today's workshop stands on the shoulders of many. And let me highlight what came to my mind early this morning as I was preparing for this workshop by the method of free association. I think about John Donne, the English poet and politician from the 17th century, known for the phrase and poem, "No man is an island," thereby expressing the belief that no people are alone and that we are all interconnected. I think about, actually, Victor Norman, a Norwegian professor of economics and later a member of government about 20 years ago. Now, back in the day, in the 1980s, he wrote a textbook called A Small and Open Economy, which I myself read as a young student of economics. The book highlights how international trade, currency fluctuations, and the flow of capital affects the Norwegian economy and society much more than we tend to think at first glance. I think about, of course, Robert Schuman, who in the capacity of French Minister of Foreign Affairs took the initiative that preceded the EU back in 1950. Now, of course, as a French politician, Schuman was well versed in the animosity between Germany and France. They fought three wars between 1870 and 1945, and Schuman was a strong defendant of European reconciliation after World War II. And my last association is that we owe so much to the philosophers, politicians, and activists, starting starting with Jean-Jacques Rousseau back in the day, in the Enlightenment, until modern phenomena like the labor movement, who all have fought so hard for the belief and the notion that each and one of us are autonomous beings and reflecting individuals. Let me now turn to the lessons of this day. I have chosen to sum up what I heard and what I learned in 5 terms and phrases. The first one is complexity and rapid change. Many things are happening at once. The unfolding of global politics and the increased rivalry between the US and China, the war in Ukraine, the climate crisis, etc. And this was all very nice, introduced by the county mayor this morning. And like it or not, we have to admit that the good old days ended no later than in 2019. The EU is emerging as a reliable engine for change, engine and agent for change. And if you can remember the movie Ghostbusters, in the title track, it was this phrase, "Who you're going to call?" And the answer is the Parlement building in Brussels. New topics are emerging on the agenda, like food security, that we heard about in one of the presentations today. And the pandemic taught us that the over-reliance in just-in-time supply chains evaporated overnight. Secondly, culture and language. I'm very happy that culture, heritage and language were on today's agenda. In the wake of the war in Ukraine, I think many of us, myself included, have adopted mindsets and a vocabulary based on or related to warfare. Suddenly, I find myself talking about hybrid warfare and false flag operations. It is my firm belief that culture and language are more important than ever. Culture and arts can be used as a prism to understand and express ourselves, as a way of showing who we are or who we would like to be. That's more like Dame Edna, may her rest in peace, but also who we would like not to be. And culture is, in my view, the invisible web that binds us all together. On the topic of the last panel, I would like to add that we as institutions and as a system must understand, before it's too late, that if we use the metrics of the majority of society on issues like Sami education, language and culture, we are doomed to fail. My third topic is collaboration. Collaboration is king. Regardless of level or who the players and institutions are, collaboration is the only way forward to innovate and survive. Many of our local communities are facing multiple challenges and so-called wicked problems, and they cannot handle these changes by themselves. If you walk alone, you die alone. The fourth is research and skills. As I mentioned, the need for innovation is all over the place. This relates to the challenges I just mentioned. And given the multitude of challenges we are facing, I sometimes get the uncanny feeling that radical, even radical innovation may not be enough. And we see in almost every corner of society that the need for skilled labor is enormous, ranging from vocational training to PhDs. We have learned about funding possibilities today from the Research Council of Norway, although that presentation was also a champion of what fine print looks like. And last but not least, investing in education is the best way to invest in the future of democracy, the workforce and innovation capacity of tomorrow, and the promotion of tolerance as a counterweight to widespread fragmentation and intolerance. Fifth and last, look to Europe. As Professor Rye pointed out this morning, the EU is far from perfect. However, the way the world looks today, it is our natural habitat and a strong driver of change. Thank you for listening, and please enjoy the gastronomical and cultural temptations the remaining part of the day has to offer. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Øystein. When we started planning this conference, of course, we were thinking about Falstad Center. And to be here today without the chance to have a tour of the Falstad Center and get to know it properly would be a horrendous shame. So we're extremely happy that we have incorporated a tour of Falstad today, and we want everyone to enjoy the possibility to take a look at Falstad Center and get to know it better. So, Øyvind?
Thank you. And first of all, I've always thought of summing up conferences like this as a mission impossible. So thank you to Øystein Tom Cruise Johannessen. You did well. Thank you. I hope all of you have had a good day at our premises. So as a host, I hope you have enjoyed the day and had good debates, good talks. And thank you for having the conference at our place, Håvard, and the rest of you at the Mid-Norway European office. First, for those of you planning to go home now, as I mentioned in Norwegian this morning, you will regret tomorrow because the concert tonight will be a very, very good cultural experience. You met Maria Mortensson just here, together with Daniel Herskedal and Frode Fjellheim. I'm looking very forward to it. I'm sure it will be a very good experience. Please change your mind if you're going home now. For the rest of you, we are serving dinner at 6, and the period in between, we will be happy to show you around in the museum. There will be no guiding as such. We are there and we are ready to answer questions. And of course, it is also possible just to relax. But if you want, our main exhibition in the basement, you passed through the front desk and down the stairs. Our head of research, Ingeborg, will be there to answer questions and show you around. The commander's house, which is out and some few hundred meters down below. Ingeborg will be there at the commander's house. A new exhibition there, Faces of Power, reflecting on the word and phrase power and how it can be, what it means for human rights in a broad sense. The cellar, the commander's house, and also the forest, of course. The forest is the place where we don't really know, but it's more than 200 people were executed there during the war. We have a monument there created by Odd Hilt, which was really a prisoner here during the war. Kilometers walk up the road, and there we have to guide you. So those of you wanting to take that tour, meet with Arne just outside here at the bronze model of the former camp, and he will take you up there. For the rest of you, we will be around, all of us from the center, so just ask at the front desk for any questions, and we will try to help you as good as we can. Enjoy the free time, enjoy the dinner at 6, and enjoy the concert for all of you. I hope you will stay. Thank you.
Takk for i dag.